Your answer, let me read it to you again because it's kind of confusing the way this is worded. The statement was, because law enforcement officials have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty. And you strongly disagree.
So this is where I need a little help in understanding what the context of the question is. I don't believe that anybody is allowed to, I believe everybody should have their information reviewed. If that makes sense.
And how about this one? Police in this country treat white people and black people equally, and you strongly disagree.
Correct.
Okay, here's the question I have for you. Officer Potter is white. Mr. Wright, as you know, is black. Mm-hmm. Is that going to be a factor for you in deciding whether her guilt or non-guilt is proven?
No.
Okay. That's something that's not an issue for you in this case?
No.
You're talking about general societal issues on this one?
Correct.
And you still have a pistol or a shotgun?
I have a shotgun.
Okay. You a hunter?
I haven't used it in probably 20 years.
You got it at home though still?
Yep.
Okay. And moving along here, and I almost got through this, but on question 18, page 9, you have a somewhat favorable impression of Black Lives Matter. You said important for awareness, but I don't see change from it. You going to stay with that answer?
Yes.
You want to explain that to me a little bit?
I think anything in today's world takes generations to change. And so I do think it's an important awareness. I just haven't seen any tangible outcome from it yet.
The next question was how favorable, unfavorable with Blue Lives Matter are you? And you're somewhat favorable?
Yeah, I think, again, the other side of the coin is they have a risky job. It's not that trying not to take the extremes, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. And that's what you'll do here too.
Correct.
Okay. I don't want to dwell on this, but you indicated you have some minor crimes in your past. Are these involving yourself?
Yes.
Are they misdemeanor type offenses, or well, how old are they? How long ago was it? And that may answer my question.
I got arrested for a DWI, and
we'll skip that. Any other ones?
Nope.
And getting towards the end, do you believe our criminal justice system works? And you say it's not a system for reform, rather than punishment. It can be a cycle that is hard to get out of. Is that similar to your? Is that a sentiment that you kind of expressed about 2 minutes ago to me?
Yeah, it's a cycle.
You're kind of saying the same thing.
Yep.
Okay. And then page 13, you say, I need a better answer in reasonable doubt that I can understand and agree with. Of course, the judge will give you the definition. You agree to follow that?
Yes.
No problems there?
No.
Judge Chu touched on your family obligations, and you're still good to go?
Yes.
Anything I should have asked you that I didn't ask you?
I don't think so.
Can you give the bottom line is, for us, is that can you give Officer Potter a fair shake here?
Yes.
Face her at the end of the day and say I was fair to you?
Yes.
May I consult for a second? thanks a lot for talking to me. We pass the juror.
The state may proceed.
Your Honor, state we pass the juror.
Pardon?
We pass the juror.
Okay. All right. You are going to be on our jury, okay? So, as I stated before, our best estimate is that we're going to start on December.
There you have it. Juror number 40 is now on this jury panel for the trial of Kim Potter in the death of Daunte Wright. Let's learn a little bit more about him right now. Our colleague Paul Bloom is in the courtroom. He is one of the designated court reporters in there today for the media, and he's been sending me back some notes here. Here's what he writes about juror number 40. White male, 40s, glasses on top of his head, blue jeans, checkered flannel collared shirt, casual brown shoes. And I love this about Paul's note. He says, quote, he's kind of chill, leaning back in his chair, but seems to be taking everything that Judge Chu is saying to the panel. So here's what we know about him. Of course, he works in IT, and thought about being a police officer for a while. He was in the Explorers program in high school, and many high schools offer these now through their local police departments or sheriff's departments, and really what it is just an organization that allows young men and women to explore law enforcement as a career, and they tend to be very popular programs and very good programs too. But ultimately, he said that after serving about 6 months in that program, which was in Bloomington at the time, that he decided law enforcement wasn't for him, and he told Paul Ing there, you may recall him saying that he was afraid that he eventually would have to use a gun, and that just did not appeal for him. So he then studied to be a teacher, and then decided, nope, that wasn't a good fit, and then settled on information technology because, quote, computers don't talk back to you. And I kind of thought that was an interesting comment there. But anyhow, he's now been passed and will sit on this jury. We are in the middle of a lunch break right now that will go until about 1:30 here this afternoon. And Judge Chu has already announced who the next juror candidates will be in the next panel coming up. They've had to dismiss some this afternoon. At least their questioning is postponed, was the official word that the court is using here a little bit ago. But coming up this afternoon, we have jury candidate number 46, 48, 51, 52, 55, and 57. Now, already 10 jurors sitting on this panel. Of course, we want 12. Judge Chu has indicated that she also wants 2 alternates. If we can pull up the full screen graphic, if we can, Vince and Amanda, that shows the jury panels that's seated so far. And there you go. Let me go back to my notes here. And this only has 9 of 10 of them on there right now. But hang on here, folks. I've got to go back to my notes and go up here to the top. But we also have juror number 2 is the first juror that was seated here on Tuesday. He is a white man in his 50s. Juror number 6 is a white woman in her 60s. Juror number 7 is a white man in his 20s. Juror number 11 is an Asian woman in her 40s. Now, yesterday, they went on at a great clip yesterday. If you were tuning in yesterday and watching some of this, 5 jurors selected, beginning with juror number 17, a white woman in her 20s. Juror number 19, a black woman in her 30s. Juror number 21, a white man in his 40s. Juror number 22, a white man in his 60s. Juror number 26, an Asian woman in her 20s. So you can see somewhat of a diverse mix there, and we got a range of ages and life experiences in this group too, which when we talked to several of our guest attorneys here over the past couple of days, they like the makeup of that because it's a very diverse cross-section of the community. We have a couple of members of this panel who are retired. One who is a retired school teacher who taught special education up in the Osseo School District. We also have 2 members of this panel, one who is still in college, and she was a little worried about her final exams here because we're coming up at the end of the semester of fall term, but she did believe that she could talk to her professors to perhaps postpone or work something out with her professors to take those in advance or afterwards, after jury duty might be over. And then we have another young woman who had just recently graduated from college, a young professional. And so we do have that broad range of experience there. Now, you may have heard Judge Chu allude to the fact when she was telling juror number 40 here when to show up for the beginning of the trial. And this is still undecided yet. Yesterday afternoon, the judge asked both of the sides here, both the defense and the prosecution, to go to their witnesses and see if it might be possible to start this trial a little bit early. Of course, it is scheduled to start next Wednesday on December 8th. But one of the things Judge Chu is worried about is this trial possibly colliding against the Christmas holiday break. Now, she has been telling all of the jurors that she fully expects to have this wrapped up by Christmas Eve, but she's alluding to yesterday is perhaps the concern that jury deliberations may go longer than that. And I think reading into the discussions yesterday, it's my guess that she's worried about possibly jury deliberations having to be broke up for Christmas Eve, Christmas, and the Sunday, and then come back on that Monday. Of course, that would be a 3-day break. And it sounds to me as if the judge is really worried about that kind of a lapse in the jury deliberations. So what she's trying to do now is ask all sides if possibly we can start this trial maybe a day or 2 days ahead of time, perhaps Monday or Tuesday. And that is still undetermined yet. So that will be coming up either later this afternoon or, in fact, maybe tomorrow. Now, I want to go back to Paul Bloom's jury notes here for a moment, because he was saying here in one of the notes that he just sent me that he did get a chance to speak to the Wrights who were coming out of the jury selection here during lunch break. So let me get back to that here for just a moment. So please stand by. So he, okay, here it is. He said, did have a chance to chat briefly with the Wrights, Katie, the mom, joined by Aubrey, who is Daunte's dad. Of course, these would be the parents of Daunte Wright, who is the victim in this case. They confirmed that it was Daunte's second sister who watched the jury selection early this morning. Katie, mom, would only say for the record that, quoting here, jury selection is going great. So these are notes from Paul Bloom, who is inside the courtroom for us today, and we'll be getting more notes from him as the day goes on. Okay, we want to go back to yesterday and rerun for you part of the testimony of juror number 19. This was a really good exchange back and forth between this potential juror, who's now on the panel, and both the judge and the attorneys. We can tell you that she's a woman, she's a teacher, and what was interesting about this discussion is she's also had a permit to carry, although no longer has that permit, let it expire. But she also owns a taser, has never used the taser, but wanted a taser for her own personal protection. And they get into some granular details here about has she used it, has she trained with it, the color of the taser. It's purple, by the way. And a fascinating discussion where we learn more about this particular juror and her life experience and walk of life, as I'd like to say. So here's the testimony from yesterday from juror number 19, all started out by Judge Regina Chu. Listen in.
And would you please remove your mask? Okay, thank you. All right. Couple of follow-up questions on the questionnaire. Thank you for filling it out. The first question is, what do you know about this case from media reports? And I don't have an answer to that. Could you tell me what you know about this case from media or other sources?
What I know about the case is from what was when it was happening in current time, of what was displayed on the media and what was on the internet.
Okay. Could you summarize what you heard?
In regards to what I heard, it was basically giving an explanation of what the media had provided about what happened in the situation. There was a brief video that I did see, and beyond that, not much.
Okay. And what do you remember about the video?
I remember a lot of chaoticness in the video. I remember words in the video in regards to the weapon that was being used. I remember panic in the video.
Okay. Anything else that you remember hearing about this case?
No.
Okay. And you indicated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and the reason you felt that way is because of the information that has been shared about her on social media or TV.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what information you learned about the defendant on social media and TV?
What I learned about the defendant from social media and TV
Yes.
is in regards to the experience that the defendant has with the years of experience of being on the force.
Okay.
And so that's what gave me the negative in regards to having this much experience, you know, in that moment. Where did your lack in judgment come in?
Okay. And you also said you had a somewhat negative opinion of Daunte Wright as well, because of what you've heard about him on social media and the TV. Can you tell me what you heard about him that made you form that opinion?
It wasn't necessarily, I don't, from what I remember, I wrote this a little while ago, but in regards to him, I think it was the negative information that was being provided about him in regards to the situation.
Okay.
As him as a person, as him as a young man.
All right. What about him as a young man did you learn that made you form that opinion of him?
It's been a while, so you have to give me a second to think about it.
Take your time.
Okay. I think it gave me, what helped me form my opinion in regards to that was what the media had given out in regards to him being not such a good teen in the streets, if that's clear. Not he was considered to be more of a trouble child than, you know, that was what was given out about him.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You also stated in response to the question, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the demonstrations? Your answer was, I live close to the shopping mall that was affected during the Daunte Wright situation, and now it's up and running again. So, did you actually observe any of the demonstrations or participate in any of the demonstrations following the incident?
No, I did not participate in any of the demonstrations. I only saw as far as what was happening on the news in regards to it, but I was over in the area and I did see the damage that was done. So when I filled out the summary or when I submitted this survey for this, At that time, the process had been in play to clean up the area and get the stores back up and running. So they're running, but there has been damage done to the community.
Okay. And are you going to be able to listen to the evidence in this case and set aside any opinions that you formed with respect to either Ms. Potter or Daunte Wright, and base your decision solely on the testimony that is in this case?
I don't think that it would be a problem for me to review that.
Okay.
No.
And as far as the damage that was done to your community, will that impact at all your decision on whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And you own a taser or a similar device?
I'm sorry, I can't. I
Do you own a taser?
I do.
Okay, have you used it before?
No.
All right. And you have no training on handling the taser, is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You don't have any training on the use of a taser, do you?
No.
Okay. And why did you get a taser?
Protection.
Okay. Do you have any strong opinions about whether or not tasers should be used?
No, I think it depends on the individual and the force that it's used within.
Okay. Your answers to 18 and 19 deal with Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And you were asked whether you were favorable or unfavorable, how you felt about those two groups. And you indicated that you felt somewhat unfavorable to Black Lives Matter and somewhat unfavorable to Blue Lives Matter because it divides the communities. Could you explain your answer a little more?
I feel like within any organization there are things that need to be worked out, and that's where my answer came from. Not everything is all good and not everything is all bad. And I do think that as a community, living in the community, being in the community, we all need to work together to make sure that the community is moving successfully.
Okay. Now, you have been a victim of two crimes, at least. You were robbed and you were a victim of theft. Mm-hmm. Did you report those crimes to the police?
No.
And why didn't you?
This was in my younger years, so I just didn't think that it was necessary for me to do so.
Okay. So how long ago did the robbery take place?
Probably 20 years ago.
Okay, that was a long time ago. What about the theft?
It was the same incident.
Oh, okay.
It was combined together. So.
All right. And your family has been accused, someone in your family was accused of theft. And did that family member have any complaints about how the police treated him or her?
No.
Did you feel that justice was done in that case?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about that that makes you think you shouldn't sit as a juror in this case?
No.
Okay. One of the questions talks about jury deliberation, that the jury might be sequestered. That means that you may have to be taken to a hotel to stay overnight, and you indicated that you had some concerns about your children should that happen. If that were to happen, would you be able to get child care?
Yes.
Okay. In response to the question, is there a reason why you would not be able to give your full attention to a trial during your time as a juror? You indicated my children. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Well, I have, they require a lot of time. And so considering that we are in the month of December with the holiday seasons, that would be of concern for me, just taking away time from them.
Okay. I understand that. And how many children do you have?
2.
Okay. Are you still willing to serve if you're asked to?
Yes.
Okay. Our best estimate is that we're going to be completely done by Christmas Eve. Okay, and as I told you in the introduction, no matter what, even if we're not done, we're taking Christmas Eve off and Christmas Eve weekend off, and we wouldn't start until the following Monday. Okay. In response to question number 10, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You checked yes, no, and not sure. And, you know, I can understand that you'd be ambivalent about it, but could you elaborate on your answers?
It's just more so of a new experience and not, it's unfamiliar territory. So that's where my yes, no, unsure answer comes in.
Okay. I know it's that you've never served on a jury before, but I want to assure you that I've talked to jurors after they've come to a verdict, and all of them have told me that they weren't real excited about getting summoned for jury duty, but in the end they were really glad they had an opportunity to serve because they learned a lot about our justice system and stepped away with a renewed appreciation for it. So it's something to look forward to. Okay. All right, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter. It means Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. And at this stage, we get to ask you some questions. It won't take too long. And then my colleague from the state will ask you some questions too, and then you'll be done.
Okay.
Fair enough. Tell me about your taser, when you bought it, and why you bought it, and what kind it is. If you could give me a little narrative on that, that would be helpful.
Well, I purchased it a couple of years ago. It is a small, compact taser. It's purple. Kind of just carry it in my purse for protection when I'm out walking at night or something like that.
Where did you buy it, if you remember?
I don't remember at this point where I purchased it from. I've had it for a while.
Was there a permit required to carry a taser? Help me with that.
No.
Do you keep it with you all the time?
Most of the time.
Do any of the other members of your family have a taser?
No.
Have you ever used it?
No.
Have you ever practiced with it?
Are you asking have I seen if it works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, when you help me with this, when you bought it, did they give you a class on it, or you just kind of bring it home and figure it out on your own?
I believe there may have been an instruction manual with it, but there was no class for it. No.
You indicated, as Judge Chu asked you about, that you had a somewhat negative impression of Officer Potter. I mean, you understand, of course, that she's presumed innocent here,
Yes.
and you'll give her that presumption. I mean, you got to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't mean to interrupt you. And that the presumption of innocence doesn't have any negative connotations with it. You can't be somewhat negative and still presume someone innocent. You understand that?
Understandable.
It indicates on your questionnaire, which we have, and I know it's been a while for you, that you saw the video 4 to 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Yes.
Okay. Where did you see it?
On the news?
Did you take some time to look at the video on the internet as well?
No.
Okay. Have you searched the internet for this particular case?
No.
You indicate in another question that it's a terrible situation, that you've talked about Mr. Wright's death with your family and friends, and what opinions you've expressed, and you say it's a terrible situation. Could you elaborate on that a little bit, please?
Well, considering the times that we are in, it is definitely a terrible situation with what's going on. That continues to be displayed in the news about what happens with the police and people in the community. That's why I say it's a terrible situation, because it's continuing to happen.
When you say continuing to happen, what do you mean by that?
I mean, with the other cases that are going on in news.
And tell me about those. Tell me about the other cases you're referring to.
You want me to be specific?
Sure.
With the Ahmaud Arbery case.
Okay. Any other cases?
There's multiple. I just can't I can't give specific names. There's a lot in the media.
Okay. Have those had, I take it those have had a profound impact on you, or at least they've had an impact on your thinking.
No.
No, not at all?
No, it's just terrible situations that happen.
Well, the loss of life, I think we can all agree, is a horrible thing.
Yes.
But you understand, in this case, it's really about the elements of the offense and whether they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the offense.
Yes.
And if they can't prove the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you're obligated to acquit. You understand that?
I understand.
The judge asked you about whether you or someone close to you had been arrested, and you said yes. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? I don't mean to pry either. Is it a friend of the family or someone else?
Yeah, that's a family member.
Okay. And was the family member eventually charged with a crime? Do you remember?
It's been a while ago. I don't believe they were.
How long ago was it? I'm putting you on the spot, I know.
I don't know, maybe 15 years ago.
Then there was a question. There was question number 7, where they had you. The court had you strongly disagree, strongly agree on certain questions. Do you remember this one? If you don't, I'll ask you anyway, Clint.
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And for the most part, you circled 3, which was no opinion. But you did circle 2 questions I want to ask you about. The first question was, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
Correct.
Do you stay with that? And if so, tell me give me a little bit of a background on why you said that.
Can you repeat that for me
Sure,
one more time,
sure.
what my response
It's a
was?
little confusing, the questions. Quotes, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be. And you said somewhat disagree.
I think I was speaking into the amount of information that is given in the media in regards to people with certain skin colors.
Help me with that. What are you saying?
I think there's more negative information provided about people of different skin colors.
In the media?
Yes. There's always a negative connotation of when someone is, there's a situation that happened, and then they go to giving negative information about that person that does not necessarily go with the case.
So the media at times doesn't presume innocence, in other words.
Yes.
Which is another way of saying the same thing, I suppose, in a way. Okay. All right. Then you also answered this question, the quotes, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say, I strongly disagree.
Correct.
Could you help me with why you answered that way and explain your answer a little bit?
I answered that way because this is a servitude job, and when you get into this position, you need to understand that it's a tough job, and so you have to maintain that level of professionalism when you get into that position, knowing that you took on this position and it may get really tough for you.
Would that thought make it difficult for you to sit on a jury, in this case, given her experience as a police officer?
No, sir.
And why wouldn't it? I'm not suggesting it would. I just want you to talk to me a little bit.
Why wouldn't it what?
Why would you've indicated that you strongly disagree as to the right to second-guess decisions. You have a right to second-guess the decisions of the police, basically. And the question I had was, where a police officer is experienced and has been on the force for a while, does that change your answer at all or make it even more firm than it was before?
No, it doesn't change my answer.
We're all human beings, and you're willing to look at what happened here.
Yes.
And you've mentioned that it was chaotic.
Yes.
You've indicated your employment as a teacher. We're not going to ask you where you work. Would you, if selected here, lose income from that job by serving here? And if so, would that be a factor for you? If not, fine too. I'm just curious.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that again?
We have your profession here as a teacher. Yes. It's full time. Would there be a loss of income for you if you were to be selected here?
Slightly, yes.
Okay. Would that be difficult for you?
No, sir.
Okay. Would they be paying you? Would your school be paying you while you're here?
At this moment, I'm currently looking into that, so I don't have an answer for you about that.
And a couple more questions. Your husband's a truck driver. I don't want to ask where he works. We're trying to be anonymous here. What kind of truck driver is he, if you could tell me?
Semi.
Over the road?
Local.
And then on page 11 and paragraph 12, you indicated that you had training and experience in civil rights or social justice issues. Do you remember doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned counseling, psychology, mental health, and you said you checked that as well. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me go into the final questions then. I mean, it is a high-profile case,
Correct.
and you mentioned that in your juror questionnaire. And you also checked the not sure box as to whether or not this would be the right case for you to sit on. How do you feel about it now after I've talked to you and after Judge Chu has talked to you?
I would be comfortable doing it.
Do you feel as if in your community there would be any adverse ramifications to you if you were to find that the proof was insufficient, not enough, and acquit Officer Potter of the crimes charged?
No, that is not a concern for me.
And I don't mean to insult you by asking, I just wanted to know. Okay. But, May I have a moment, Your Honor? Couple more questions. I may have been wrong about the social justice question. I may have misread that, so forgive me on that one. Sorry about that. Okay. It's hard to get all these check marks right. Your Honor, we passed this juror. Thank you very much for answering my question.
Okay. The state may proceed.
Good morning, Juror 19.
Good morning.
Thank you for bearing with us, and I apologize for just calling you by number, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case. So I come third in line, so a lot of my questions have already been asked. Now, probably have fewer questions, but please bear with me, and I'll try to not be too repetitive, okay?
Yes.
You indicate, the taser that you have, is it the kind that just shocks, produces an electric shock, or does it actually shoot barbs out of it? Do you know what I mean?
I believe it just produces an electric shock, and it has a flashlight on it.
Okay. And, obviously, you know that this case involves a taser. Would you have any difficulty setting aside what you know about the device you have and making a decision based only on what you hear in this case about it?
No, sir.
You indicate that you have a permit to carry.
Yes, sir.
And obviously there's training that goes along with that you have to get a permit, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So kind of same question. Any difficulty for you setting aside, what you learned in your training to get your permit when deciding the case here only on the evidence presented?
No, sir.
So obviously what we don't want is a juror saying, well, wait a minute, you know, I did this and I learned that, and right? It's just the evidence in the case.
I understand, yes. No, sir.
Mr. Eng asked you, I thought really interesting, you had a really interesting exchange with him about things that get into the media. And you agreed that the media doesn't always presume innocence, right?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, I assume you see that the media has a different function than a jury, right?
Yes, sir.
And so they may be presenting what they consider a good story for their purposes, right?
Yes.
But you know that as a juror, I assume you know that as a juror, you have to put aside what you heard in the media, decide the case based solely on the evidence in the courtroom.
Correct, sir.
Any trouble you think you'd have doing that in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. So you would presume innocence, right?
Excuse me?
You would presume innocence, right?
For what?
For the defendant in this case, right? So I guess, you know, going back to what you said about the media doesn't presume innocence.
Oh, innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. You talked about chaos in the video, and do you think that? Well, let me ask it this way: you had seen the video like 3 or 4 times on TV,
Yes.
and never had any other opportunities to watch any other videos of the incident.
No, sir.
So your characterization of it as chaotic comes from just watching on the media, the news.
Yes, in the particular clips that were shown.
Yeah. And again, kind of the same question. Knowing that jurors have to base their decision on evidence in the courtroom, would you have any difficulty setting aside, you know, what you saw in those videos and your impressions of them if you serve as a juror?
No, sir.
Do you think you're and I'm sorry if it seems like we're prying, I don't mean to ask personal questions, but, you know, we just have to make sure that we're getting the right people for each jury, right?
Understandable.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if it seems like I'm prying and getting too personal, but do you think you're the kind of person that's, you know, willing to listen to other views as a jury?
Definitely.
A juror? And as well as share your own?
Yes, sir.
Because I've never been on a jury. I don't know if you haven't either, right?
No, sir.
But it's a weird thing about you know, you make your own decisions, but you also deliberate with other jurors. Do you think you would be willing to both listen and share your views with other jurors during deliberation?
Yes, sir.
You indicate that you have a family member who's in the military or has been in the military. Do you recall saying that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that person a close family member or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, you know, again, I don't want to know specifics, but how close? How often do you see that person?
Not often. They're reachable by phone, but we don't see each other physically often.
So, you know, their life in the military, not something that you're a big part of, other than just being related.
Oh, they're currently not active, no.
Okay. Do you remember how long they were in the military?
No, sir.
Okay. So it hasn't been a big part of your life, that person's military experience?
No, sir.
Okay. I kind of forgot to follow up on this when we were talking about your permit earlier, but you do own a gun. And maybe that's not something we want to share publicly, but let me just ask you this about it. It suggests that you have a concern for your safety.
Not necessarily. They're also used for sport and as a hobby.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, we all, I think we all, you know, have some preference for police officers in our community to help with safety, correct?
Correct.
So I'm just, you know, curious about, so your the gun, if you do own one, is not necessarily for safety, it's for other purposes as well.
Yes, sir.
And so you, all right. Can you excuse me for just a second? Your Honor, if I could have just a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Juror 19. That's all the questions I have. Your Honor, we passed the juror for cause.
Juror number 19, you will be on this jury. Okay?
Okay.
You will get a call from the jury office telling you where to report, what time, and where. We're going to start up on December 8th. That's our best estimate. But you'll get a call confirming that.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you. You do the same.
So there you go. There is the questioning of juror number 19 from yesterday, a mother of 2 children and a school teacher here in the Twin Cities area. A lot of discussion there about her background and her ownership of a taser, which is perfectly legal, by the way. But a lot of the questions, every juror is questioned whether they own a gun or own a taser. And you will often hear the attorneys in this case referring to responses to the questionnaire. There was a 15-page questionnaire that was sent out to every juror, and they were sent out in August to about 453 prospective jurors here in Hennepin County. This is the questionnaire, and again, 15 pages long. And I'm going to read to you some of the questions, just so you have an idea as to what they're talking about here. And what they're trying to do here with this questionnaire is trying to establish attitudes and beliefs, and how those attitudes and beliefs may lead to an action, and in this case, the action of the jury vote when this eventually gets to the jury. But it starts out with a general questionnaire about what do you know about this case from media reports, and they ask you to explain about what you've heard or read. From what have you read or heard, do you have a general impression of Kimberly Potter in this case? And then they have what is in social research is called a 5-point Likert scale. And essentially what that means is they're trying to measure attitudes here. Very negative, somewhat negative. You always give a neutral response, right? And then somewhat positive, very positive, or other. And in research, you want to put that other to give people an opportunity to write something down. So that's what the 5-point scale is there, and you will often hear the attorneys referring to, I understand you have a somewhat negative response to Kim Potter. This is what they're referring to. They're going back to what the person actually said in the questionnaire. Some of the other questions here, and also it's not just Kim Potter, by the way. They also ask, have you heard, read, and do you have a general impression of Daunte Wright? And again, the save 5-point Likert scale here. Have you watched the video of Daunte Wright's death on the news or on the internet? Do you or someone you know participate in any demonstrations or marches related to policing that took place in the Twin Cities in the past 2 years? Then they also have a section on media consumption habits too. How often do you listen to local news on the radio or watch news on television? What social media platforms do you use? And then there's an entire section on police contacts. And one of the questions is, have you or someone close to you ever helped support or advocate in favor or against police reform? Another question, have you or someone close to you ever been arrested for a crime? And then, it goes on. And then it also asked opinions regarding the justice system too. So again, a 15-point questionnaire here trying to establish attitudes and beliefs of these prospective jurors. All right, do I see Judge Chu back in the court? All right, let's join Judge Regina Chu, who we are now getting ready to start the afternoon session here on the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Courthouse. Just to bring you up to speed, a 10th juror was assigned to this juror just before the lunch break. We have 2 more to go, plus 2 alternates that they would like to select. And still outstanding of an issue to resolve is when this trial will begin. Of course, it is set to begin on next Wednesday, December 8th. But there's been some questioning here about could that possibly start early. Judge Chu has asked the attorneys in this case to contact their witnesses to see if possibly, if they're able to impanel a jury this week, possibly even today or tomorrow, can they start the trial early so that they're not running up against the Christmas holiday toward the back end of this trial. So let's take you back into the courtroom now and Judge Regina Chu, who is back on the bench.
Okay, on the record, I've ordered and the parties have agreed that the jury be anonymous in this case. A juror has expressed concerns that his identity has become public. We intend to question this juror without live streaming. I want to emphasize that this does not constitute a courtroom closure. The general public and the media have overflow courtrooms where they can observe the questioning on a closed-circuit TV. Those overflow courtrooms will remain open. Also, the Wright and Potter family members, as well as the 2 media representatives, may remain in the courtroom during the questioning. Although I find that there is no courtroom closure, even if it constituted closure, the right to an open and public voir dire must be balanced against the juror's privacy or other personal interests. Under Rule 26.02, Subdivision 4, any closure must be no broader than necessary to protect the overriding interests. In Smith versus Titus, 141 Supreme Court 982, the United States Supreme Court reaffirmed its directive in Waller versus Georgia 467 U.S. 39 that 4 requirements be satisfied before a trial court may close a courtroom. First, the closure must advance an overriding interest that is likely to be prejudiced. Second, the closure must be no broader than necessary to protect that interest. Third, the court must consider reasonable alternatives to closing the proceeding. And fourth, the court must make findings adequate to support the closure. Those requirements have been met in this situation. First, the overriding interest is the juror's anonymity. Live streaming the questioning of the juror in question will only serve to draw even more interest in his identity. The juror has already expressed concern about his identity becoming public, and allowing live streaming while he is being questioned is likely to heighten his concerns. Second, the closure, if there is one, is no broader than necessary. As I indicated before, the overflow courtrooms will remain open and running. Third, I find this way of proceeding is the most reasonable manner to deal with the situation at hand. I further find that it strikes a fair balance to the right to a public voir dire and the juror's interest in maintaining his anonymity. Okay. All right. Are we prepared?
All right, Tim Blotz here, back in the Fox 9 newsroom, and what you've just been listening to there is Judge Regina Chu basically saying that they are going to cut the live streaming feed now from the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Government Center, and you saw both screens go to black there as they re-question a juror who's already been impaneled. And there were 2 jurors on Tuesday who were being questioned here, when Earl Gray went up to the stand, Mr. Gray, who is the defense attorney for Kim Potter, somewhat outed 2 of the jurors by referring to them by their last names. And there are strict rules with this particular trial that they cannot identify any of these jurors by name. In fact, it was number 2 and number 7 on Tuesday that Mr. Gray referred to by their last name, and there was one other possibly identifying question in there when Mr. Gray referred to him, to juror number 7 by the name of the band that this gentleman actually played in. So they're going to re-question one of those 2 jurors. We do not know which one it is, but this particular juror has expressed some concern that he has been, that his identity has been breached, and that his name has become public, and they are going to re-question that particular juror right now, and so they're going to pull off the live stream. So we don't know how long this is going to last, but we will say that if they decide that this juror's identity has been breached and he is removed from the panel, that means we are going to have to, they are going to have to find another juror to replace him. We now stand at 10 that have been impaneled, and this would bring it down to 9, so we'd have to replace, find 3 more jurors here yet this afternoon or tomorrow, and 2 alternates. That has been the plan all along. Still outstanding in this, and we've been talking about this a couple of times during the course of about the last 24 hours, is Judge Chu has asked both of the attorneys to talk to their witnesses about possibly moving up the trial date here, because they may want to start the trial a little early in order to keep from bumping up against the Christmas holidays. So that is still unresolved yet. We expect to have some kind of answer on that before tomorrow. So while we're waiting to get back into the courtroom here, we want to bring up one of the questionings of the jurors. This would be juror number 22 from yesterday. And I don't have those notes pulled up here right away, but he is a white man in his 60s. And let's go to the questioning now, all started by Judge Regina Chu.
Thank you for filling out your questionnaire. You indicated that your spouse is currently retired but worked as a law clerk in the public defender's office. Which county was that in?
Hennepin. It was here.
Okay, so she worked as a law clerk with the Hennepin County Public Defender's Office?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what she did? Do you know what she did as a law clerk?
I don't. I mean, I remember the judge, if you want me to say the judge, but
Okay.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, did she work for a judge too?
Yes.
Okay, so she was a law clerk for a judge as well in Hennepin County?
Yes.
How long ago she's now retired, how long ago did she work?
It's been a long time. I'm going to say, well, I'd be giving away my age, but I'm going to say, you know, we're talking 35, 40 years, probably, a long time.
Okay, so she would have been quite young when she was a law clerk. Okay.
Yes.
And so she not only clerked for the PD's office, but she also clerked for a judge.
Yes.
And how long did she clerk for a judge?
Maybe a year or two.
Okay.
It wasn't, you know, it
All
wasn't very long.
Did she ever end up practicing law?
No.
Okay.
No.
And she was also a policy advocate with Family and Children's Services. Was that
Correct.
Hennepin County as well?
Yes.
And was that also a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything about your spouse having clerked for the public defender's office that makes you think you'd lean toward the defense and as opposed to the prosecution?
No.
Okay, so you can be fair to both sides?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Are you willing to serve as a juror in this case if you're selected?
Yes.
Thank you. And can you be open-minded, fair, and neutral?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Ng?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Paul Eng. I'm with Earl Gray and Amanda Montgomery. We represent Officer Potter,
Yes.
and I have a chance to ask you just a few questions, and then we're going to be good to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicate on your questionnaire that you have a neutral impression of Officer Potter and a neutral impression of Mr. Wright as well. You remember those questions, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason you had a neutral impression is that you didn't have enough information to make an impression one way or another.
Yes.
As you sit here and Judge Chu asked you about that, will you presume Officer Potter innocent of the offense as you start the trial?
Yes.
Okay, she is going to testify, and will you wait for her testimony before you start to figure out what happened here?
Yes.
And the other witnesses that we will present to you.
Yes.
Okay. You have no difficulty doing that at all, do you?
No.
That's the fair thing to do.
Yes.
And everything in your questionnaire indicates that you will be fair,
Yes, sir.
and nothing has changed. obviously?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't mean to insult you by asking if you'll be fair, it's just we have to do our job and ask the question.
That's okay, I understand.
Okay. And page 4, it said that the question was if you talked about Daunte Wright's death with your family, you say yes. And then you say that the defendant possibly made an error. You remember answering the question that way?
To be honest with you, no, I don't remember exactly how I answered it, with a 16-page document, but
Well, I'll represent to you, quote, that the defendant possibly made an error. That's your answer.
yes, yes.
And
Yes, sir.
why did you say that?
Well, I guess I'm probably basing it off the 5 to 10 second clip that has been on the news. Really, on that, I guess I have I have nothing else to base that on.
And you haven't seen that for a while, I assume.
Correct.
Okay. You
Correct.
saw it when it first came out
Correct.
last April.
Yeah.
Well, you realize, of course, that whatever you see here matters more, and that you're to decide
Yes,
the
sir.
case on the courtroom. Okay. And we had a couple of questions on 7, which was this strongly disagree, strongly agree section. And it indicates that the police in my community make me feel safe, and you strongly agree, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you say because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you say somewhat agree
Yes.
and still feel that way.
I do. Yes.
But once again, you're going to listen to the evidence and
Correct.
let the chips fall where they may.
Correct.
All right, we interrupt our rerunning of one of the questionnaires yesterday to return you back to Judge Chu, who's just gotten back to the courtroom, and the feed is back up. So here is Judge Regina Chu.
Okay, Deputy, I think we're... Yes, we have a brand new panel. Please be seated. Good afternoon, members of the jury panel. I'm Regina Chu, and I'll be presiding over this trial. I want to start out by saying thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for interrupting your normal routine. Thank you for fulfilling such an important civic obligation. You know, these, of course, are not normal times. These are extremely trying times. So it is with extra heartfelt appreciation from the entire judicial system that we thank you for responding to your jury summonses. Upholding the rights we cherish, the right to a trial by jury and the right to a speedy trial, in unusual, trying times, is the American way. You validate these constitutional rights by appearing today and by proving your willingness to serve. You jurors really are our heroes. You are ordinary people who are called to do extraordinary work to make sure our justice system moves forward, even in the midst of a pandemic. You are upholding the Constitution, the very foundation of our democracy, and we could not do this without you. Not all of us can serve in the military, but what we can do is do our civic duty by serving as jurors. Our justice system would not work without good citizens like you, and I'm saying a heartfelt thank you again, because I really can't say it enough. Now, as you know, this is a criminal case. The state of Minnesota has charged defendant Kimberly Potter with the following counts. Count 1 is first-degree manslaughter predicated on reckless use or handling of a firearm. And that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Demetrius Wright while committing the misdemeanor offense of reckless handling or use of a firearm so as to endanger the safety of another with such force and violence that death or great bodily harm to any person was reasonably foreseeable. Count 2 is for second-degree manslaughter, and that count alleges that on or about April 11, 2021, in Brooklyn Center, Hennepin County, Minnesota, defendant Kimberly Ann Potter caused the death of Daunte Demetrius Wright by her culpable negligence, whereby Kimberly Potter created an unreasonable risk and consciously took a chance of causing death or great bodily harm to Daunte Demetrius Wright while using or possessing a firearm. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. This plea denies the charges made against her and places upon the state of Minnesota the burden of proving her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The state is represented by Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mr. Matt Frank, Ms. Erin Eldridge, and Mr. Josh Larson. The defendant is represented by Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Paul Ing, and Ms. Amanda Montgomery. I do want to introduce you a couple of people that will play critical roles in this case. You've probably already met my staff. My law clerk is Mr. Zach Kramer, and my judicial clerk is Ms. Jessica Bauer. They'll be taking care of all administrative matters relating to these proceedings, and if any problem arises of a personal nature, please let my staff know, and they'll get the message to me. Seated in front of me is Ms. Carly Davis. She is a certified court reporter, and she's responsible for taking down all the testimony and keeping a formal record of the trial. That means when you respond to questions, you must speak loudly and clearly so that our court reporter can make an accurate record. If your answer is a yes or a no, you must answer orally instead of shaking your head because we can't make a record of that. And please refrain from saying uh-huh and although it's kind of natural to do that. Okay, a couple of things before we start the jury selection. First of all of you are required to keep your masks on at all times. I will allow you to remove your mask when you're in the witness box being asked questions, but the attorneys are required to wear their masks as well unless they're at the podium that's enclosed by plexiglass. Let me give you an overview of what jury selection is going to look like. First of all, I'm going to ask you group questions. There is no need for you to answer orally. It's just a matter of raising your hand or not raising your hand in response to my questions. Then there will be an individual part of the jury selection. And what will happen there is I'll take each juror at a time, dismiss the other jurors, and have them wait in the courtroom that's set up for you. And you'll be seated in the witness box, and I'll ask you to remove your mask. During the individual questioning, I'm just going to do some follow-up questions to the answers that you gave in the questionnaire. And the attorneys will then have an opportunity to ask you questions if they have any. All right. Now, a couple of things about the courtroom. We can't control the temperature in here all the time, so please dress in layers. You can bring anything you want to drink into the courtroom as long as it has a cap on it. And then the subject of delays. I am very, very cognizant of the time that you're taking out of your ordinary lives to serve as jurors. So I try to deal with all the legal issues before you come in the morning or after you leave at night. And I've already ruled on a number of pretrial motions before you were even asked to come in for jury selection. But I have to tell you that sometimes things come up. And legal matters come up, evidentiary matters come up, and it'll be necessary for the lawyers and I to confer. There might be delays, I hope not, but it will be necessary sometimes for us to confer because it's so important that you consider only the evidence you should be considering. So I hope you will understand and forgive us for any delays that might occur. All right, I'm going to give you some preliminary instructions now. There are rules of law that apply in a criminal case. A complaint is not evidence. It creates no inference or presumption of guilt. No member of the jury should in any way be prejudiced against the defendant because a complaint has been filed against her or because the defendant is on trial. The defendant is presumed innocent. In order for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove guilt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence. The presumption of innocence remains with the defendant unless and until the state proves her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by evidence admitted in this trial. A common misperception of the American criminal justice system is that the jury determines whether or not the accused person is guilty or innocent. That is not what American jurors do in a criminal case. There is no such thing as an innocent verdict in American criminal law. The jury's verdict is either guilty or not guilty. Guilty means prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Not guilty means not prove beyond a reasonable doubt. To ensure both the defendant and the state receive a fair trial by an impartial jury, it'll be necessary for me and the attorneys to ask you some questions. Remember that you're going to be under oath when you answer our questions, and you must answer truthfully. The questioning is a very important part of the process. All of us hold personal opinions, and all of us have had life experiences. We wouldn't be human if that wasn't the case. The purpose of jury selection is to try to determine whether or not you hold certain opinions so strongly, or whether something has happened to you or someone near and dear to you that would make it impossible for you to be a fair and impartial juror in this type of a case. Put differently, the opinion that you had or the incident that happened would prevent you from listening to the evidence and basing your decision solely on the evidence. Please don't take any offense to the questions that are going to be asked. None of us wishes to pry into your personal affairs. Our sole purpose and our sole obligation is to ensure that jurors who decide this case are neutral, open-minded, and fair. Neutral means that before you hear all the evidence, you are not leaning one way or the other on the question of whether the state has proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Open-minded means that you're willing to listen and consider all the evidence, and fair means that you will base your verdict on the evidence in this case and not on anything that is not presented in this case. We want you to bring, of course, your common sense into the jury room, but your verdict must be based on the evidence you hear during the trial. Your obligation is to answer honestly and to tell us of anything, even if you're not directly asked, that might affect your ability to be neutral, open-minded, and fair. Now, some of you who will be questioned will be excused from serving on the jury. Please don't be offended by being excused. It doesn't necessarily mean that anyone thinks that you're not a fair person, so I hope you will understand if you are excused. At this point, members of the panel, will you please stand up and raise your right hand while my law clerk, Mr. Kramer, administers the oath.
Do you affirm under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully answer all questions about your qualifications to serve as a juror? If so, please say, I do.
All right, please be seated. Okay, panel members, I'm going to start with group questions. And again, you don't need to answer orally. The first one is, do any of you have serious concerns about your health if you were to serve as a juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Do any of you have any trouble understanding or hearing what I am saying? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Our system of law presumes the defendant innocent of the charges against her unless and until she has been proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on the state. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence, and she is presumed innocent. Do you accept the principle that the defendant is presumed innocent and that the state has a burden of proof? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Does anyone disagree with that principle? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. If you serve as a juror, I'll instruct you as to the law. You must follow the law as I give it to you, even if you believe the law is or should be different. Are you willing to do this? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. If you're chosen as a juror, I will instruct you that proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinarily prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean beyond all possibility of doubt. Does anyone disagree with that principle of law? If so, please raise your hand. No hands are raised. In arriving at your verdict, if you sit as a juror, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter that lies solely with the court and within the limits prescribed by law. The subject of penalty or punishment must not in any way affect your decision as to whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you willing to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Under our system of justice, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that the judge instructs, and not because of passion, prejudice, or sympathy. Would you be able to follow this instruction? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. There will be police officers who will testify in this case, as well as other witnesses. I'm going to give you some guidelines in determining whether a witness is believable or not believable. You know, it's basically a matter of common sense, but things to look for are: how did the witness appear? Did he or she seem honest and sincere? Will the witness gain or lose if the case is decided a certain way? Was the witness's testimony consistent with other evidence in the case? And what was the witness's relationship to the parties? Would you be able to use these guidelines in deciding the credibility of a police officer just as you would any other witness? If so, please raise your hand. All hands are raised. Is there anyone that would believe the testimony of a police officer just because he or she is in law enforcement? Please raise your hand. No hands are raised. Is there anyone here who would totally discount the testimony of a police officer just because of his or her position? No hands are raised. Do any of you know any of the lawyers involved in this case? Do any of you know the defendant? All right, you were given a list of possible witnesses earlier. They may not all testify. Do any of you know any of the witnesses on the list? And I'd like you to raise your hand even if you're not sure. All right, no hands are raised. We intend to start opening statements by December 8th. We may start earlier, but right now it's December 8th. And we expect to be finished by December 23rd. That's our best estimate, no later than December 23rd. Now, don't be concerned at all if we don't finish by December 23rd, because I intend to take Christmas Eve and that weekend off and start December 27th, the following Monday, if we're not done. So don't worry about missing Christmas Eve and Christmas with your family and friends. I don't intend to do that to you. If you're selected as a juror, the trial will usually start at 9 o'clock and will conclude at about 4:30 or 5 o'clock. There'll be a 20-minute break in the afternoon and a 20-minute break in the morning, and we do take an hour lunch break. So that would be the trial schedule. I just want to, you're unlikely to run into the parties or the lawyers while you're undergoing voir dire and during the trial, but please remember that you must not talk to anyone involved in the case, nor should you discuss the case among yourselves. During the recess, if you do see the parties or the lawyers, don't take offense if they don't say hello or talk to you. Everyone involved in this case has been ordered to have no contact or communication with any member of the jury panel. Any violation of that order could jeopardize the trial, and this prohibition will continue until a verdict has been returned. All right, those are my preliminary instructions, members of the panel. At this time, I would ask that, other than panel member number 46, follow the deputy back to your waiting room. Ms. 46, will you please come and have a seat next to me? And you may remove your mask. Thank you for filling out this rather lengthy questionnaire. Okay, I just have a couple of follow-up questions. If you don't remember what you said in the questionnaire, I'll remind you, okay? So don't be concerned if you don't recall. You indicated in response to one question that you have some concern because this is another event that would add to the trauma to the city. Can you elaborate on what your concern is?
Can you repeat the last part of that one more time for me?
You said in your questionnaire that you were sad for the victim and sad for the police officer's long career ending this way. And you expressed concern because this was another event that would add to the trauma in the city. What did you mean by trauma? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. So I believe my intention with answer. Apologies. Yeah, I think my intention with answering that way and calling it.
Is it still not on?
Testing?
No.
Try it again.
Test.
I'm sorry? Answer to question number 6. Do we have to call in the mod squad?
Try it again.
Test.
Oh, yes.
Sorry. Apologies.
That did work.
We're okay. Okay.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I think I recall the most of it. And if I'm not
Okay.
answering completely, you can go back and ask for more information. But I believe if I use the word trauma in the cities, it's more so regarding just all the different sort of civil unrest that has been occurring in our region, starting, in the summer of 2020, and this being another event that played out after the fact. But I was observant of some more civil unrest and just more feelings of just a lot of feelings of community members and people who are expressing their feelings. And so I think it's really difficult when you're raised in Minnesota and don't really know the area as a place where there's maybe a lot of civil unrest or a lot of protests or a lot of sort of highly visible news stories that are known nationally. To have that be in your area is sometimes difficult.
Okay.
Can you please just have a sidebar?
Yes. I was on the wrong questionnaire. But thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Okay, now on the questionnaire that you did. You stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter. Can you tell me why you feel that way?
Yeah, I believe my feeling from that comes from just my reaction to the tragedy that a life was lost. And so that's my explanation for my perception. And there's no other, I'm not very familiar with the case and didn't do a lot of reading or watch the video, so I'm not familiar with any other facts that would lead me to believe that way besides just my general reaction to the loss of a life.
Your Honor, sidebar.
Okay. Kind of a long process. I'm just, all right. You're Ms. 46. Okay. Your general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter is neutral. Is it still neutral?
I think it lies between neutral and somewhat negative. At this point, I would say it's a neutral viewpoint, but at the time of learning of the incident, it was honestly probably somewhat negative.
And why?
Same answer as before. I would say it's my general reaction to a tragedy, and so in response to just learning that a life has been lost, that would be my explanation.
Okay. Whatever opinions that you have of Ms. Potter and of Mr. Wright, are you going to be able to just base your verdict on the evidence alone and not on other things that were not presented in the case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Tell me a little bit more about your contact with law enforcement.
Yeah, so my employment is in administration at a municipality. So I do not work in a police department, but have contact with, have had interactions in my professional work life with leadership in police departments.
Okay.
So,
And has your experience with law enforcement been positive, negative, or neutral?
positive.
Okay. You were a victim of having your car broken into, and did you report it?
I did.
And were you satisfied with what the police officers did in connection with your complaint?
Yeah, very satisfied.
Okay. Okay, are you currently in law school?
I am.
Okay, what year are you?
I'm a first year.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what type of lawyer you want to be when you graduate?
I don't, but I'm interested in public policy.
Okay. Even though you do probably have more knowledge about the law than most potential jurors will have, are you willing to follow the instructions that I give you and not base your determination of what the outcome of this case is based on your understanding of the law?
Yes, it's my
Okay.
first semester, so yes, for sure.
All right. And you want to be a juror in this case?
Can you repeat that?
You want to be a juror in this case?
Yes.
All right. You think you're going to be a great juror, right?
I hope so, yes.
You'll be fair and impartial?
Yes.
You'll keep an open mind?
Yes.
All right. Is there anything that the attorneys or I should know about you that might impact on your duty to be a juror here?
Nothing that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Now the attorneys get a chance to ask questions.
Great.
And
Thank
I
you.
apologize for the confusion initially on questionnaires. We have so many of them.
No worries, thanks.
Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I'm Paul Eng with Earl Grey, Amanda Montgomery, Officer Potter. I've got a few questions for you, and then my colleague from the state will follow, and then we'll make a decision. How's that? Where are you in law school? What law school?
I go to Mitchell Hamlin.
Are you in the 4-year program or 3-year?
I'm in the 4-year part-time blended program.
So you can keep your municipal job and keep the cash flowing.
You're correct, yep.
Okay. Well, we've got your detailed questionnaire. I had a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Okay. It seems like you have a fairly good memory of this incident, at least on the first page. How many times did you watch the videotape of this, if you recall?
I believe I briefly watched parts one time, but most of the information from the first page is through news headlines and stories.
And when you wrote this up, did you kind of review some news stories, or did you go from your memory?
It's just from my best memory.
You indicate that you've talked to other people about Mr. Wright's death. You say yes. And you indicated that you shared opinion that it's a very devastating incident. I think we can all agree to that.
Yep.
Although I have no understanding of the complete facts or testimony, it's fairly apparent that a mistake was made given that the officer yelled taser and discharged the wrong weapon. That's your memory of what you saw?
Correct.
Okay. You are interested in police reform, however, and the question I wanted to ask you about is number 3 from page 6. Have you or someone close to you ever helped, support, or advocated in favor of or against police reform? If yes, please explain. And you say, and I'll quote just to help you remember what you said, yes, I've been an active supporter of police reform and shared thoughts on social media. Tell me about your thoughts on police reform.
Yeah,
In a
that's
paragraph or less.
okay. Sounds good. I would say that since my undergraduate degree, I've been interested in criminal justice reform, and I think more fairly than police reform, I think the entire criminal justice system. I'm interested in just equity of all different types being represented in the many government systems that we have. And as a public service employee, I think that's part of my role, is to see how we can do a better job of making sure we have equity across all of the different government systems we have, including in police departments. I think police reform looks very different depending on the police department.
Well, tell me what your ideas for police reform are.
Yeah, I think there could be different allocation of resources and maybe more partnerships with community engagement efforts. And I think, again, every police department is different from my understanding, so it just depends on which organization.
And what steps have you made for police reform where you work?
So don't think I can name my
I don't
place
want you
of
to name
employment.
where you work. No.
Sure. So I think the current organization which I work with is a leader in looking at police departments and the ways that they can integrate with the community in a very safe and effective manner. So I have personally not taken any steps.
Have you suggested steps?
I have not suggested steps.
Where was your political science degree from? What college?
North Dakota State University in Fargo.
On page 7, there were a bunch of questions where you either strongly disagreed or strongly agreed, strongly disagreed. I had a couple questions for you. One of the questions is, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it is not right to second-guess decisions they make while on duty. And you say, I somewhat disagree. Tell me why you said that.
I think that because of the degree and the consequences that can come from their responsibilities, that just having a blanket statement that says we can never disagree with questioning decisions or actions, I feel is somewhat unfair. Granted, I'm not an expert in the operations of a police officer.
Okay. Then you have one question here that black people and other minorities do not receive equal treatment to whites in the criminal justice system. You strongly disagree. That's still your answer?
I'm not sure if it's a strong disagreement, but I think there's a disagreement there.
Well, let me ask you this. It's Officer Potter's white, of course, and Mr. Wright is black, and will that racial dynamic make a difference to you as you, if you're chosen, look at this case? I mean, you've got this wealth of experience and feeling for police reform and have thought deeply about it. Will that make a difference to you as you view the evidence?
No, I think police reform is a different matter to discuss, at least personally for me, in regard to deciding the facts of a case. I think there's a very important distinguishment between opinions and facts, and the job of a juror is to look at the facts brought before them.
On firearms, though, you have strong feelings. You believe in background checks and mandatory checks for all of those things.
Correct.
And you believe in the permitting process, too,
Correct.
as necessary. Okay. Then you have on page 9, I want to ask you this. The question was, for your memory's sake, how favorable or unfavorable are you about Blue Lives Matter? You say, I'm somewhat unfavorable. And then you say, here's your answer, if I may read it to you just to refresh your memory. Blue lives, in my opinion, are not relevant. Police choose to put on their uniform, but more importantly, underline more, they can take it off at the end of the day. Tell me what you meant by that.
Yeah, so I was contrasting Blue Lives Matter to Black Lives Matter, which I believe is a question on the same page.
Right.
And I think that the Blue Lives Matter organization, while it's a relevant organization for people to share their feelings, especially those that are involved in law enforcement, by meaning that, more importantly, that at the end of the day they can take it off. The Blue Lives, being a cop, is is a profession that they don't have to carry with them at all times, versus being a person of color is not something that you can necessarily remove from yourself at the end of your shift, or when you go home to your family, or when you're grocery shopping, etc.
Okay. Then we have a section here, I'm almost through. Appreciate your patience. We have opinions regarding the justice system, and you've kind of touched on this a little bit too. You're somewhat critical of the plea bargaining system. You want it to be more transparent. Well, tell me, the question is, do you believe the jury system in this country is fair? Why don't you tell me what your answer is now, 3 months after you read this, and now you waited all day to see us too.
Yes, so my opinion of the jury system is that that is a constitutional right, and that it's something that a lot of people in the criminal justice system don't necessarily get to experience because of the plea bargains and things that happen. But I do believe that juries, and this is a new process for me to be educated on, but I do believe that juries are made up of humans, and humans have biases, and they're human, right? So it's not a completely scientific system approving guilt or not guilt.
So it's a complicated question to answer, basically.
It is.
A lot of levels to it.
Yes.
Okay. A couple more questions. At the very end of the questionnaire, you had 2 long paragraphs. I want to go to the second paragraph for you. You say, I also feel our system has disenfranchised certain marginal populations, and it's a system in which eliminating implicit bias is near impossible. You still stand by that?
Yes.
Yet I believe in justice and the parameters of most statutes. The parameters of most statutes or all statutes?
I would say most statutes without knowing all of the statutes that are in our jurisdiction.
Okay. So in the last sentence, so I believe the system does work, can work, and will work. The larger question is, who is it working for? You wrote that, didn't you? So here's my question for you.
Yes.
Okay, here's my question for you. This trial isn't about sociology or making corrections to the criminal justice system. It's really a narrow question as to whether or not the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt the elements of the alleged crimes. I mean, it's a narrow question here. And, the whole system can be criticized, and no system is perfect. That your job, should you be accepted here, would be just to look at the facts, presume innocence, and find out if you have a doubt based upon reason. You understand that?
Yes.
So while you've got a tremendous amount of thought in your questionnaire, which we all appreciate, I mean, you understand that our job here is rather narrow at this point.
Yes.
Well, turning back to one last question, I touched on this, a supporter of police reform, and shared your thoughts on social media. You have social media presence, do you not?
I do.
Have you made comments about various police cases on your social media accounts?
Yes, not this case, others.
And you've made comments that I think could be construed as unfavorable to the police. Fair?
I guess I would need a reference of which comments you're referring to.
Well, I don't want to read them to you, but I've reviewed them.
Sure.
And you've made a number of comments that could be construed, at least in my reading of them. I may be wrong. This is why I'm asking you. That would be not favoring the police and being celebratory about convictions about police. in criminal cases. Fair?
I think that's unfair. I think that my comments that have been made on social media have been specific to each case that I've chosen to speak on. I don't think it's ever been generalized towards the entire police system. And in fact, because of my professional experience and my proximity to them, I think that would be a red flag to my employer. But I would say that for the comments that you're likely referring to on my social media, those were specific to the case of which I referenced.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
Well, thanks a lot for talking to me. The defense does exercise a peremptory challenge.
Thank you so much. And you're excused from this jury. All right. Good luck in law school. Okay. I can tell you're going to make a great lawyer just from this question. I'm sorry?
Can we address the court, please?
Okay. Okay, I think we're ready. Oh, excuse me. Remind me to put on the record, what the reason for my ruling. Okay. How are you, Miss 48?
Good.
Okay. You may remove your mask.
Okay. Good.
Okay. All right. Just a couple follow-up questions. Thanks for filling out this rather lengthy questionnaire. We find that it makes jury selection go a lot faster, even though it was probably a pain to fill out. Okay. In response to one of the questions, you stated that you had an opinion that Daunte should not have died for something like an expired tab. The result didn't match the presumed crime.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I guess we need to know, it's fine to have opinions. What we need to know is whether you're able to press the restart button and listen only to the evidence that's presented in this case, and the instructions that I give you in making the decision on whether or not the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Can you do that?
Yes, I can listen to the facts and ignore my opinion.
Okay, so that restart button, you can start without any difficulty.
Yes, I
right?
can.
Okay. You stated that a close friend of yours or yourself has some connection with the law. Can you tell me what that involves? Your answer was that I worked as an administrator at a patent firm?
Yes.
Okay, that was you, right?
In the early 2000s, I worked as an office admin for a patent and trademark firm.
Okay. Do they do any criminal law at all?
No, they did international patent and trademarks.
Okay. And you have a close friend that's in that works in the area of law?
Lawyers.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you know any criminal lawyers?
Not in this state?
Okay. In other states?
Yes.
Okay. Were they defense lawyers or prosecutors?
Both. Different people would apply to both categories. So I've known some public defenders and some state.
Okay.
On the state side.
Is there any reason why you'd be leaning toward the prosecution or the defense as a result of those friendships?
No, because they're not here.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned that your cousin's girlfriend works in some investigative unit in St. Paul.
Yes.
What is her position? And she's an investigator, right?
I believe so. I don't.
All right.
I gave the fullest explanation of the knowledge that I have.
All right. Is
So-
she working for a law firm? Do you know? Or-
No, it's someone's described me the computer on CSI. She's that person, so it's not a computer looking it up. It's like this person doing all the research and looking at stuff.
Okay, gotcha. And you're willing to be a juror in this case if you're chosen by the parties, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And if you're selected as a juror, you'll be neutral, open-minded, and fair?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything that you think the attorneys or I should know about you in deciding whether you should be a juror?
Not anything that I can think of, no.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, 48.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the questionnaire and touching on your qualifications as a juror. As you know, I represent Kim Potter along with Paul Lang and Amanda Montgomery.
Yes.
And the reason we do this is the fact that we do not know anything about you, and what we do know is in this questionnaire. And the questionnaire doesn't really tell us a lot either. A lot of questions, but some of the questions raise other questions. So bear with me. With respect to what you saw on the incident, you recited, what do you know about this case from media reports? And then you gave a little history of what you saw regarding my client, Kim Potter, when she was a police officer, and Daunte Wright. would you be able to take that outside the courtroom and leave it there and listen to what you hear in here and what you see in here and rely on that evidence and not this media rush that you saw when this thing happened?
Yes, I would be able to ignore the media is the media. The court is what we're doing here. The court decides, not the media.
Okay. And in the next page, you write a few more statements about what the media has represented to the public. And one of these is, Daunte should not have died for something like expired tabs. The result didn't match the presumed crime. Well, I think, can you block that aside, that he was killed for expired tabs, and rely on what you hear in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, I can.
Keep that out of here and don't even compare it with what you hear. That's out there.
Out the door, yes.
All right. I have a question. You say that you attended a rally at the Minnesota Ice Center near the airport.
Mm-hmm.
Could you tell me what the Ice Center is? I'm not familiar with it.
Immigration and Customs.
Okay.
Those folks?
What kind of rally did you attend?
It was, and pardon me, I looked up the date, so if it's on the sheet, that's where it is, but protesting of children being in cages at the border.
Oh, okay. All right. I looked up, you have podcasts here that you watch. You remember putting those down?
Yeah, probably.
And one of them was Tights and Fights.
Yes.
And
That's
I watched part of that.
Professional wrestling podcast,
Right.
yes.
And there's another one here, One Bad Mother. What's that about?
It's about a little bit of reality in parenting.
Okay.
So
And
there may be swears.
since
Listen
you
to
have
kids.
you have two young children, I suppose that one's
Yes, sir.
that you watch quite well.
Yes.
Another answer to a question about people have put up yard signs and posted on social media. That question was about, have you or someone close to you ever helped support or advocated in favor or against police reform? And you say people, is that your neighbors or somebody?
My neighbors, my friends on social media, my friends in real life. I've seen a lot of it.
Have you posted any of that yourself? You have a yard sign in your yard?
I do not have any yard signs
No
now.
yard sign? Any bumper stickers?
One referencing Doctor Who.
Okay. I don't think I'm concerned with that one.
Okay.
And also, have you ever been you or someone close to you, ever been the victim of a crime where the police were called? And you say yes. And then you've got after accidents and after robberies,
Yes.
break-ins. Let's start with the accidents.
Car accidents. So my sister was involved in a car accident. I saw it. I called the police.
Okay. And were you satisfied with that?
Yes.
Okay, because you have neutral here.
Yeah, I would just everyone did what they were supposed to. There was no issues.
All right. And what about the robbery break-ins? Have you experienced robberies yourself?
My neighbor did. I saw they had a trailer in their backyard, and then one day I came and the trailer door was open. So I tried knocking on their door and they weren't home. So in order to alleviate that situation, because it clearly looked like it had been pried open, I did call the police in reference to that.
And did they show up?
I didn't see them, but my neighbor said that they eventually got in contact with him.
Okay. So you did not have much to do with that then?
No, not really.
And that's why you're somewhat satisfied? No, excuse me. You have X neutral.
Yeah, functioning as expected.
Now we go to the graph that we have in this questionnaire. And the one question I want to ask you about and see if you remember answering it. Some of these questions, I didn't draw this up. Somebody with more power than me did. And some of these questions are a little bit confusing. And one of the questions, police in my community make me feel safe. Remember answering that question?
No.
Okay, well, what is on the paper is 2, and 2 says somewhat disagree. Do you disagree with that the police in your community do not make you feel safe?
I guess it's not like I don't see a police officer and go, oh, I'm safe. I'm just kind of, I don't know, I guess I'm just nervous around anybody in authority sometimes.
Okay.
It could be a personal feeling more than a...
Have you had any
judgment.
bad experiences with police officers?
No.
All right. Anybody close to you ever had a bad experience with a police officer?
No.
Okay. So it's just your own personal feelings
Yeah.
when you're around somebody of authority.
I don't feel safe next to a firefighter necessarily, if
Okay.
that's an
A
analogous.
school teacher? All right. So you grew up on a farm,
Yes, sir.
and you don't need to tell me in this state, other state?
Other state.
Okay. And you... When you were working, what was your employment?
IT project manager,
What does that mean?
information technology project manager. So I did project management for
You don't
computer firms or tech companies.
So you have a computer background.
Yes, sir.
You have 2 young children, 6 and 5.
Yes.
And your last answer in the questionnaire, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You said yes.
Yes.
And you said, I have never been a juror, and I want to do my civic duty. Doesn't matter what the case is, just want to serve.
Yes, sir.
Now you have a familiarity with what this case is. Do you still want to serve?
Yes.
Okay. Be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes, I will.
And what that means is that you wait until all of the evidence is in, including the evidence we will present on behalf of Ms. Potter. And then after you hear the judge's instructions on the law and reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, you then, relying on the law and the evidence you believe, you come to a conclusion. Can you do that?
Yes, I can.
And you can do that fairly?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. I guess we have one more question.
Okay.
You were an election judge,
Yes, sir.
and how do you do that? What's that about?
I work with the city, work through the city, and facilitate running of elections. So this year was a head judge, and I ran a precinct within the city of Minneapolis.
Okay. And you did that, were you employed or a civic duty? Did you-
Employed.
Employed?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have. We'll pass the jury, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman? Let's do this in questions.
Good afternoon. Juror 48. So I apologize for being somewhat impersonal. It's just the way we're doing it in this case, so sorry about that. But you grew up on a farm, had some guns around the farm, it sounds like.
Yes.
A lot of times those are for, shall we say, pest control?
And
Or-
hunting.
And so it was more than that, okay. And did you yourself use them for hunting?
No, I did not.
Okay. So it was more of just that they were around. Well, and I guess the easier way to ask this is, what was your experience handling them? Did you have much?
Very little, just no interest. So I would carry if someone asked me to carry a gun for them, or just kind of rudimentary tasks. Nothing, not like loading or unloading, just kind of around them and maybe carrying them.
And your dad did some of that teaching.
Yes.
And so was he an avid hunter?
Yes, he was.
Other members of your family avid?
Yes.
Bear with me too a little bit, because coming third in line means a lot of my questions have already been asked, and I
Quite all right.
just take a moment rather than re-asking. If that's all right. You had two grandfathers in the military.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to them much about their experience in the military?
Not much, as World War II, and I was a lot younger, so it was pretty broad strokes and that kind of thing.
Not a big part of your life in that sense, or you knew a lot about it?
I knew the basics, but I didn't know details.
Yeah. I'm not saying that your grandparents were not a big part of your life, but their military service wasn't a big part of your relationship. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Your cousin's girlfriend, so, doing some kind of investigative function
Yep.
in St. Paul. Is it related to like a forensic lab, or is it more like police investigative work? Is that?
I really wish I would have researched this more.
You've actually just answered my question.
My lack of knowledge, I've given all the information I have on the subject.
And as I asked the question, I realized, is this where she said that I already wrote down everything I know about it? So is that's
Yes.
okay.
Yes, sir.
So that then it answers my question that this isn't something that you and her talk about a lot, or
No.
no difficulty setting that fact aside from what you hear in this.
That would be no issue.
And it sounds like you've got two kids at home, but as long as you get some notice, no problem covering for that.
Correct.
If you can excuse me for just a second, Your Honor, may I have a moment, please? Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We have no further questions. We pass the juror.
You will be a juror in this case, okay? We still expect to start on December 8th, but we may start earlier. You'll get a call from the jury office telling you when we're going to start, what time, and where to report, okay? So have a great evening, and thank you for coming.
You too.
Counsel, we're going to be taking a break, but before we do, I want to deal with the Batson challenge that was made by the state to juror number 46. The defense exercised one of their preemptory challenges to 46. She was a young Asian female. Under Rule 2602, Subdivision 6, the party making the objection, the state in this case, must make a prima facie showing that the responding party, the defense, exercised its peremptory challenge on the basis of race or gender. I found that no prima facie case of of the challenge being made on the basis of race or gender was made out by the state. I should note that we already have 2 Asian jurors on this case. Okay, we're going to take a 20-minute break.
Well, hi there, everyone. Tim Blotz here in the Fox 9 newsroom. Welcome back to our live streaming coverage here on fox9.com and on our YouTube channel. We now have an 11th juror that has been seated on this panel now. She is juror now 48. She's a woman, a mother of 2 children, ages 5 and 6 years old, a former IT project manager. What was interesting about this particular juror, I think, as some of you have been listening in, is she wrote in her questionnaire that Daunte Wright should not have, this did not deserve to happen to Daunte Wright for expired tabs. She wrote the results did not match the presumed crime. Both Judge Regina Chu and Attorney Earl Gray questioned her extensively about that particular comment, and she vowed to keep an open mind and be fair in this. In response to Earl Gray's questioning on that matter, she said that she could set aside her feelings about what she wrote down in her jury questionnaire, and that she could judge this case based upon the facts. Some other walk of life issues with this particular juror. She grew up on a farm out of state. And again, she's worked in computer science and is now caring for her 5 and 6 year old children. Bottom line here is we now have 11 jurors that are now on this panel. I don't know if we can go back and actually look at the makeup of this panel so far, but it's fairly diverse. You know, we got a good combination of men and women. I believe we have 2 African Americans that are sitting on this panel, an Asian woman as well that are sitting on this panel. We've got retirees who are part of this jury, in addition to some one college student and one recently out of college as well. Now, we are in the middle of our afternoon break here. And typically these go about 20 minutes or so. So we expect to be back here in court within the next 15 minutes. Typically, Judge Chu will run these proceedings until about 4:30 in the afternoon. One of the issues that is still outstanding at this particular moment in the afternoon is when this trial will start. And I think that's all going to be predicated upon when we can finally get a full jury. They're wanting to assemble 12 jurors, 2 alternates for this. It was moving along at such a good clip yesterday that I think there was a general presumption that maybe we could seat a panel here by the end of the day today. That may be a little bit optimistic at this point, so we may be in for tomorrow. But having said that, Judge Chu has floated the trial balloon here with the attorneys, and she's been open in discussions with the jury pool here this afternoon that this trial could possibly start a little earlier. And the reason because of that is she's wanting to try and wrap up this trial by Christmas Eve. She's been very plain in telling the prospective jurors that the trial will be over by Christmas Eve, but I think she's wanting to prevent jury deliberations from taking place during the holidays. She has told everyone that there will be no deliberations, no trial proceedings whatsoever on Christmas Eve day, Christmas Day, and that particular Sunday. So she does not want people to worry about having to spend time away from their families during the upcoming holiday. But just as a safety valve for that, she's floating the idea of possibly moving up to trial. We do have our Paul Bloom. Our colleague Paul Bloom is one of the designated media reporters today who's sitting in the courtroom this afternoon and has been there all day long, and we have been getting some jury notes from him. One of the notes from earlier today mentioned who was in the courtroom, and Attorney General Keith Ellison, who was in and out yesterday, has been there today, along with Daunte Wright's family as well. In fact, at one point today, I'm going to pull up this note because I want to read it for you to get Paul's initial reaction from this. But this came down this afternoon. But anyhow, he had a chance to briefly talk to the Wrights as they were coming out of court. And Mrs. Wright basically told Paul that she believed the jury process, the jury selection process, was going well. Let's take a moment here to go back and replay some of the questioning from one of the other jurors this afternoon. And bear with me here. I'm going to talk to our producer, Amanda Bishop, here for a moment. Amanda and our director, Vince. Guys, which juror do you want to go to here and replay? Okay, we're going to go to juror number 26. So let's start with the questioning now by Judge Regina Chu.
In one of your answers that the place where you worked did suffer damage during one of the demonstrations. Okay. Now, my question is this. Were you working at the time when it happened?
Not at the place that was damaged.
Okay. But it was close to where you work, is that right? All right. And how did that make you feel?
Angry.
Okay.
Upset.
Can you explain how you felt and why?
I was angry and upset because I felt that some of the actions were not necessarily related to why the protests were happening at the time. So particularly with a lot of the damage that occurred, I didn't necessarily equate the two with the protests that were happening and with the actions that were happening as well. So I felt that it wasn't connected and that the protests were being taken advantage of in that sense.
Okay, so I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but that certain people involved in some of the property damage really didn't have racial justice issues in mind. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you're chosen as a juror in this case, can you put aside any anger about the demonstrations that occurred and just listen to the evidence and decide whether or not the state has proven its case against Ms. Potter based on the evidence alone and not on any concerns that there'll be further demonstrations.
I will do my best.
I think I need a more positive response to that. If I instruct you that you are to just base your decision solely on the evidence in this case and the law that I give it to you, would you follow that?
Yes, I would.
Okay. You indicated that you have a professional presentation that you have to do for Sunday, December 5. Okay, you'll be able to do that. Okay, just so you don't have any concern about that. We will not be in session on December 5. And good luck, by the way.
Thank you.
In response to the question, do you want to serve as a juror in this case, you responded no. Can you tell me why, and if you still feel that way?
I do still feel that way. I have a lot of friends and family that are very opinionated in the matter. I personally feel like I'm someone that could put my biases aside, but I do have a lot of those influences around me. And as much as it could matter, I have job interviews and I am currently finishing up a degree, so I'll have finals coming up soon. This is from what I gathered at the time that I answered these questions, that the timing would not necessarily help my current career and my trajectory, and that it would actually hinder that, which is why I answered that question that way.
All right. When are your finals?
Over the next 2-3 weeks.
Okay. And will you be able to delay taking your finals?
I think there might be one that I might be able to delay because it's more of a project-based final, but the other two are in person. So I will need to be there for that.
Okay. Yeah. When are the in-person interviews?
In 2 weeks. Oh, in the interviews.
Well, where you have to be there in person. When are those scheduled?
In 2 weeks.
Okay. And are you able to reschedule those, or the one interview?
I could do my best.
Okay. Is there anything right now that makes you think that they would not reschedule that?
Nothing that I know of right now.
Okay. You indicated that this is a very public trial and that you're a private person. And is that one of your concerns?
Yes, that certainly is.
If the parties chose you as a juror, would you be willing to serve?
Yes, I believe it's a civic duty as a citizen.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, counsel?
Okay. And can you think of any reason why you would not be fair and impartial in this case?
Not at this time.
I realize you have some people that might know about this that are your relatives. Can you handle that if some of them are very opinionated one way or the other?
Yes, I certainly can.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's all I have.
Pastor Cross,
Yes.
Mr. Frank.
Good afternoon, number 26. Sorry, that's rather impersonal, but it's just the way we're doing it in this case, so sorry about that. I can come third after you've already been asked a lot of questions, so I probably won't have many to ask you about either. And I'm just going to try to follow up on a couple of things. Sounds like any contact that you have with law enforcement is more in passing at work, essentially.
Correct.
You don't go on ride-alongs or anything of that nature. You
No.
just see them in the building. And you, when you were asked about your impression of Miss Potter, you indicated that she realized she fired her firearm instead of her taser immediately and turned herself in. Where did you get that information from? Do you recall?
So everything I know about this case has been what was covered in the media.
And was that some time ago or recently?
This was, I believe, right after this had happened, and details about what had happened were starting to come out in the media.
So quite a long time ago, actually, right?
Yes.
And just seeing it on the media, you didn't go out and track it down and read everything you could on it?
Not on this particular case, no.
And so that impression that you have at the time is not something you're so committed to now you couldn't set it aside.
Correct.
You realize that's not evidence, right?
Correct.
And as a juror, the decision you make, as the judge said, is to decide it based only on the evidence in court.
Correct.
You think, you've probably said this probably 3 times now, but you feel you can do that for sure.
Yes, I believe so.
You were asked in the questions about the organizations Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. And were you familiar with both of those organizations?
Yes.
Okay. And you wrote the same answer for your opinions of both, or impressions of both. Do you recall doing that?
I vaguely remember doing that, yes.
I mean, you essentially wrote Black Lives Matter as a way for members to voice their opinions, and then essentially the same thing about Blue Lives Matter. Can you just explain for us a little bit why you answered it that way?
So I answered it in that way because I believe that everybody is entitled to their opinions and what they believe in. And that really isn't different no matter what you call the movement.
So you see those organizations as a way for those members that want to be a part of them can have a voice to the community.
Correct, just like any other organization.
Okay. And you have a brother in the Marine Corps?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you see him very much, or is he?
Intermittently.
Yeah. He's actively deployed. I don't know what the proper terminology would be, but.
He is not currently, but he was before.
Okay. Are you close with him?
Yes.
Talk to him a lot about being a Marine?
Less about our jobs and more about our personal lives.
Okay. So it's not a big aspect of your relationship with your brother. It's not a strong connection you have. It's just his job and your job.
Correct.
I think you candidly admitted to us, we always appreciate any questionnaires that you're a private person. We certainly respect that. And one of the things a juror has to do, well, it's kind of an odd job, because in one sense you make a personal decision, right? You consider the evidence and evaluate that evidence for yourself. But then you also have to go in a room and discuss that, deliberate. That's why we call it deliberations with others. Think you'd have any trouble being a part of a process like that with others?
No, I would not.
If you had opinions about evidence, you're willing to share those with others and consider what they say as well.
Yes, I can certainly do that.
An important part of jury service, isn't it? And the friends and family that have strong opinions around you, you indicated you would have no trouble. You could handle that. Of course, if you're a juror, you can't talk about the case at all while it's going on. No trouble following that.
Correct.
And do you have any concern about whatever decision you make in the case, the jury makes in the case, how that might affect you and those relationships later? Do you have any concerns about that?
Some concern.
Yeah.
I can't absolutely say that there's no concern.
Yeah. Would you still be able to fairly decide the case?
I believe so.
Decide the case and then deal with those issues later.
Everybody has their opinions.
Okay. Can you excuse me just for a moment, please?
Yep.
Excuse me, please. No further questions, Your Honor. We would pass the juror.
Pass, please.
Yes.
And there you have the questioning from yesterday of juror number 26, who was put on this panel, one of the 11 jurors that are now seated on this panel. She is a college student and was initially concerned because she's got final exams coming up in just a couple of weeks, but as you heard there, feels that she could work it out with her professors to make all of this happen. Still coming up this afternoon, after we return from the afternoon break, they are going to question potentially 4 more jurors. Jurors number 51, 55, and 57, who are going to be in that order coming up next. And everything may possibly wrap up by about 4:30. That's kind of been the judge's timeline every day. But as we get ready to go back into the courtroom, I want to go back here to the start of the afternoon session when everything went dark here for a little while, because Judge Chu brought back in the court one of the jurors who had already been impaneled. This juror, juror number 7, had some concerns about his identity being revealed. During questioning on Tuesday, Earl Gray had identified this person by his last name, referred to him by his last name, and also called out the band that this particular juror is in. And as the juror explained to the judge this afternoon, he was freaked out by that because his name had been out there. After talking it over in court this afternoon, he said, quote, "I would be willing to be a juror. That has not changed." He is still on the panel at this point. But there was a lot of back and forth exchange there this afternoon, and finally Earl Gray addressed the court and said, "I am the culprit who started this whole thing." That's a quote from Earl Gray. He apologized for mentioning the individual's name, and he said that he hopes that Juror 7 will not hold it against him, and Juror 7 said that he would not. So that's what's transpired here a little while ago, earlier this afternoon. Let's take you back into the courtroom now, because Judge Chu is taking off her mask and getting ready to start the proceedings one more time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Frank. I did it twice in a row. Okay, thank you, Deputy. Hello, Ms. 51. Please have a seat. Okay, you may remove your mask. Okay. First of all, thank you for filling out that lengthy questionnaire. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. All right. I know it's been a long time since you've filled this out, so I'll remind you about what you said if you don't remember. On the questionnaire, you stated that you had a somewhat negative general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, and you expressed some opinions that she should have known this and should have done that. And you've also expressed the general impression that you had of Daunte Wright, which was somewhat negative as well. And, you know, that's perfectly fine. You also have some opinions on whether her actions were careless, whether he should have ran and disrespected police officers. And, you know, that's just fine to have opinions like that. But my question is, can you press the restart button and listen only to the evidence that's presented in this case and the instructions of law that I give you, and base your decision on whether or not the state has proven Ms. Potter guilty or not guilty, based solely on that and not on any general impressions that you had before?
Yeah, I believe
Okay.
I can.
Okay. Can you give me a more affirmative answer?
Yes, yes. So one part of the questionnaire, I remember that question. I remember it asking that. And what it comes down to for me is I wasn't there. Like, I didn't see everything that happened. I didn't see his actions or hers. So I'm in a position now where I can hear more and, you know, learn more based on, like, the actual evidence, actually what happened that day.
Okay.
From people that know a lot more about the situation than I do. So I think I can base my opinion, or base what I think about what happened that day on what I hear here, as opposed to what may have been in the media back then.
Okay, very good. So open-minded.
Right.
And
right.
you'll listen to all the evidence before you make up your mind.
Right, right. I need to hear all sides before I really make up my mind about a person, regardless of what's going on or what I think may have happened that day.
Okay, very good. Thank you. It's interesting that your brother-in-law is in the National Guard and he was on protection during the Derek Chauvin trial. What was his position? Was he, do you know if he was outside the courthouse or inside, or?
He was outside. He was not inside the courthouse.
Okay. And what did he tell you about his experience, if anything, while that was going on?
He said it was really strange because he would go from being yelled at, basically, just because people were angry at that trial, to going inside where people were very respectful towards him and thankful that he was there. So it was sort of, you know, like when they would serve him lunch and there were people that were volunteering to do that. And he's like, it was just such a bizarre experience because he got to see the people that were there that were grateful that he was there, and then also the other side where people were very angry.
Okay. Is that going to affect your, does that make you lean one way or the other on this case?
No.
Having discussed that with him.
Because his experience was positive on one end and negative on one end, and he didn't talk about it a whole lot. It was
Okay.
just more or less that it was. I think the only thing that it drove home for me was that it's a little scary thinking about being part of, even just as a juror in a trial like that. So,
Okay. How do you feel about being a juror in this case?
a little scared, but I mean, it's just. I think there's a lot of polarization right now, and that part of it scares me because there's people that are very extreme on both sides. So.
Okay. When you say you're scared, can you elaborate on that a little?
I guess one of the things I was concerned about was like it's being televised. You know, like are people going to know that I was a juror here? And is that going to cause them to be either angry at me or feel like they need to voice their opinion about things? And I guess that was a major thing I was worried about. I just didn't know that I wasn't going to be on camera. And I guess that was more what I was worried about. I don't want that.
I want to assure you that you will not be on camera. You're not on camera now, and you won't be on camera during the trial if you're chosen as a juror. Okay? Absolutely. I ordered that, and no one's going to violate my order on that.
Okay.
Let's talk about your concerns about your identity being public. Will you make your decision based on the evidence and not on any reaction you think that the community might have to your verdict, whether it's guilty or not guilty?
I think that it wouldn't be right for me to base my decision on what other people think because they weren't there and they're also not going to be in this room. So it's, I don't know, my sense of fairness wouldn't allow me to do that.
You told us that you have been a victim of a crime where police were called, and it was a welfare check where your brother-in-law threatened people in your family.
Yeah.
Okay. And what was your reaction to how the police responded? Were you satisfied with the way they responded?
Yeah, they responded quickly, and their major concern was for the safety of my sister and her family.
Okay.
So,
and was your brother-in-law arrested, or what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And was he charged with any crimes? And if so, do you think that justice was done?
That would still be pending, I believe. But
Okay.
no, at this point he hasn't been yet.
Okay. Okay, you stated that you have friends who are police officers, and that's why you know of someone that's been shocked or stunned by a taser. You remember in the beginning I was asking you about police officers and whether or not you could evaluate and determine whether a police officer was credible, and you wouldn't give more credence to a police officer's testimony nor discount a police officer's testimony just because they are in law enforcement.
Right.
So you would use the guidelines that I gave you to determine credibility.
Right.
Okay.
Police officers are still people.
Yeah, okay. Good answer. And the fact that you are friends with a police officer isn't going to make you believe them more than other witnesses, will it?
No.
Okay. Your sister went to law school. Is she practicing law?
No. She worked as a law clerk for a while. She's taken the bar exam a couple of times, but not in this state.
Okay. And your maybe this is the same sister, works for Wright County Sheriff's Office.
No, it's a different sister.
Okay. And what does your sister that works for Wright County, the Sheriff's Office, do?
She works on like police vehicles and just sort of like their supplies, you know, hats, gloves, electronics. You know, she makes sure that the cars are having everything that they need in them for them to do their
Okay,
jobs.
gotcha.
Mhm.
And you have a degree in criminal justice.
Right.
Okay. When did you get that degree?
Oh gosh, when was that? I want to say 2008.
Okay. And your degree emphasized forensic science. Can you explain what you're kind of an expert at?
So it focused on forensic science where it was like crime scene analysis, so like the appropriate way to approach a crime scene, chain of evidence, that kind of stuff. It went into the importance of that as far as like legal standards go, but yeah, it was more or less, I kind of focused in more on the biology aspect of it because I have a biology degree as well. So.
Okay, so can you explain the biology aspect of it?
So studying bugs, rate of decay, you know, and sort of how that applies to like a crime scene. So like if there's a dead body there, like how to approach that and the appropriate way to store that evidence and the appropriate way to analyze it, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. There's probably going to be evidence of that sort in this case. Would you be able to rely on the evidence on that subject in this case and not what you learned in school?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's not in evidence in this case, you can not fill in the blanks with what you learned. Okay. You wouldn't do that,
no,
right?
No, I would not do
okay.
that, no.
You stated that your uncle and aunt were robbed while on vacation. When did that happen, and did they call the police?
That happened, gosh, I want to say probably about 10 years ago. They did call the police, and the police came and I believe interviewed the neighbors and such just to kind of get an idea of how this happened.
Okay. Did they express to you any dissatisfaction with how the police handled it?
No, it was more frustration at the situation because there was really no way they were going to get everything back.
Okay, and the culprit was never found, right?
No, not as far as I know.
Okay. And you served on a criminal case before.
Yes.
It was a alleged drug, well, it was a drug offense.
Right.
How did you find the experience being a juror?
It was enlightening, I'll say that. I'd never been through a criminal trial before. But yeah, it was, I guess, interesting just to talk with the other people that were also on the jury and sort of get their viewpoint on things and sort of discuss it and come to a conclusion that way. So
okay.
It was very cooperative, I would say.
All right. And you could see that talking with other jurors helped you make a decision?
Yeah.
Okay. The questionnaire asked, the jury must decide the case solely on the evidence produced in court and the law that I instruct, and not because of bias, passion, prejudice, or sympathy. The question on the questionnaire was, would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you said, I think so.
Right.
Okay. I need something more either positive or negative. You know, a lot of times I've noticed this when I've been going through these questionnaires. I mean, there's a Minnesota way of saying yes and a Minnesota way of saying no.
It's not very decisive. Yeah.
So, can you answer that question one way or the other?
You explained it today, and sometimes reading it on a sheet of paper versus somebody explaining it to you is very different. So, yes, I can I can decide based on the law and based on what I hear in the courtroom.
Okay. On whether you could serve, your answer to the question on the questionnaire is, my bank is going through an acquisition and I am in a leadership position.
Right.
How is that acquisition going? And
It's going well. The biggest concern I had, because I'm in a leadership position for a team, that I wouldn't be there to help them through training and do stuff like that. There was a lot up in the air when I answered all of these questions, and now things are a lot more stable. So
Okay.
I just didn't know where everything was going to be. Those acquisitions always go on for so long, years even, and sometimes the instability lasts for a long time.
okay, so your concern really has lessened.
Yes, it
All
has.
right. And would that acquisition prevent you from concentrating, or, the training that you have to do, would that prevent you from concentrating on the evidence here?
No.
Okay.
No.
And you're willing to serve as a juror here if selected?
Yes.
Okay. I don't mean to get real personal, but you have a severe gluten allergy.
Yes.
And so if you were selected as a juror, we would make sure that you would get a gluten-free lunch.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that would be possible. Yes, my law
Okay.
clerk says yes.
Okay, good.
All right. One question is there any reason that you could not be a fair and impartial juror in this case? And please explain. And you said not at this time. What did you mean by that?
So as hard as you try sometimes to avoid reading stuff about a certain trial or hearing things in the media, I mean, social media is sometimes the worst. When I was filling out that questionnaire, it was far enough in advance because I read also the letter where it's like, oh, you'll hear something at the end of November. And I'm like, well, that's months away, and I don't know, like, am I going to hear something? Is something else going to happen in that period of time that could influence me? It was just hard for me to put a definitive answer there.
Mm-hmm.
But as it stands right now, no.
Okay, great. You indicated that you didn't want your information to be compromised or released as a result of this. What were you referring to?
So I guess I was concerned too that, there was something, I wanted to say it was in the more recent letter we got to, that said that certain things after the trial was over would become public. And I guess I didn't know what all of that meant. Does that mean that my name would become public? Will they know? Because, I mean, they at least know the county I live in. And I work in fraud, so like having my name out there and potentially having any sort of, I guess, negative ramifications from doing this, that was the biggest thing I was worried about.
Okay. Do you want to serve as a juror in this case?
I mean, I guess I will if it's needed, but if I had a choice right now whether or not I had to, I would say no.
Okay, but you're willing to serve if
Yes.
if the parties pick you as a juror?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that at the time that you filled out the questionnaire, you stated a concern that if the trial doesn't go a certain way, you would be targeted. Now, I guess my question is, this concern that you have, will that affect your decision on whether or not you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Knowing what I know now, no.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think we should know about you?
No, not that I can think of at the moment, no.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Counsel.
Good afternoon. I'm Earl Gray, Paul Ang, Kim Potter, and Amanda Montgomery. We're the lawyers representing Kim Potter. The judge asked you many questions touching upon your qualifications and this questionnaire. I just have a few follow-ups on that.
Okay.
In your answer, do you want to serve as a juror in this case? You put no, and now have you changed your mind?
If it comes to preference, I would prefer not to. But I like the legal system. I like how it functions, so I'm willing to serve.
All right. I'll back up to the question before that. Is there anything else the judge and attorney should know about you in relation to serving on this jury? I don't want my information to be compromised or released as a result of this. Mm-hmm. And then on the next question, 10, you say that I'll leave out parts of this, but you say that you're painfully aware of how easily computers can be hacked and information compromised. I get that this is a voluntary service, as I stated earlier, this is an emotionally charged issue, and the public will be following it closely. And that's the way you felt back then, and you still feel that way?
I still think the issue is emotionally charged for people, if that's your question.
No, the question is on computers being hacked and your name being out there.
Right. That is something I'm still concerned about.
Okay. And that, as I understand it, and maybe the court will correct me, at some point in time in the future, not right away, but sometime after the trial is over, I believe the media requires that the jurors be disclosed. Are you aware of that?
I was after I got the more recent letter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does that cause you any hesitation? And the reason, I'll back up. The reason I'm asking this is because obviously, if our client is found guilty, that's one thing. But if our client is found not guilty, there might be a substantial concern in the streets. And
Counsel, could I have a sidebar, please? Okay, you may continue, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. In the questionnaire, you mentioned that you had some contact with the police. I'm trying to, have you or someone close to you ever been arrested for a crime? And you put yes. Remember that question?
Yes.
Okay. And if yes, how did the police handle the arrest? And you checked they acted unprofessionally. Do you recall that answer?
They acted unprofessionally?
That's what it says. You check that box.
Yes. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, it was one scenario. Is that what you're asking? You want to
I'm asking you about it, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it was a cousin of mine. It was a stupid prank she and her friends were doing. They were mooning their friends, or who they thought were their friends, in a car in front of them. And it actually happened to be a police car, and they pulled her over, and he called for backup and decided to basically surround her. There was a large police presence there for a dumb prank, and I thought in that scenario he reacted a little too strongly.
Okay, and were you there?
No, I was not.
Was it reported to you at some later date?
Yes.
Above that, or excuse me, the next page, on page 6, question 1, you're asked about the defendant, Kimberly Potter, was an officer for Brooklyn Center Police Department. Is there anything about her employment with BCPD that would prevent you from rendering a fair and impartial verdict in this case? And what you say is, I tend to have sympathy for the police in that area because a friend of mine told me about the lack of support they get. He quit working for them because of that. Let's go back to in that area. What did you mean by in that area?
Brooklyn Center, sort of the suburbs of the Twin Cities.
Can you speak up into the mic? Thank you.
The suburbs of the Twin Cities, like Brooklyn Center, Maple Grove, that kind of area. That's where he worked. And he said that he didn't get a lot of support when he was there. So there was a time where he was sent out on a call by himself, and he left because of that. He didn't feel safe doing his job.
Because of the police department?
Yeah, he felt he didn't have the support he needed.
Then finally, question 5 on page 13. Under our system of justice, the defendant has a right to remain silent. And if she exercises that right, her silence is not to be used against her. Would you be able to follow this principle of law? And you have a criminal justice background, do you not?
Yes.
And you learned that back then that you have a right to remain silent and nothing can be held against you, is that right?
That's right.
But you answer, this would be hard. I would wonder what she's hiding. What did you mean by that?
It would be hard. I guess it's the one thing that I always wonder, if the person who's being tried chooses not to speak. I always wonder why. Are they hiding something? Is it something where they feel it's best not to speak, and let the evidence speak for itself? I would wonder why.
Well, when a judge instructs at the end of the case where a defendant has not testified, you're told that that's not to enter your mind.
No.
Pardon
But
me?
yeah, I mean, at this point, I haven't heard anything else.
Well, would you be able to follow the court's instruction?
Yes.
No?
Yes, I would be able to
You
follow
would be
the
able
court's
to?
instructions.
So
Yes.
this answer is incorrect in the questionnaire?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have. Give us a minute. We'll exercise a preempt, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for all your answers and filling out the questionnaire. You're excused from this jury, all right? Have a good evening. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Deputy. Hello, Ms. 52. Thank you for being so patient. I know you've been waiting a while. Will you please remove your mask? Thank you. Okay, I appreciate you taking the time to fill out your questionnaire. I want to talk to you about some of your answers. In response to the question of whether you had a general impression of defendant Kimberly Potter, you said very negative. And do you remember your answer that one of your close friends has been interrogated by Ms. Potter? Can you tell me about what you know about that, and were you there when your friend was questioned?
So I was not there, but it was part of a hit and run. It was actually that my friend was in pain, sitting in the back of a car, and this other girl was with us, and she was driving. She did not have a driver's license, so she ran a stop sign, hit a car, and they just went. Later that day, she gets a call from a detective, and I'm assuming that it's from Detective Potter. And so the police went to their apartment, and instead of interrogating my friend about...
Can I back up a minute?
Okay.
Okay, your friend was in a car that was hit by a car.
No. They were that car that she owned or was driving was the one that hit the other car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then they drove away.
Yeah.
Your friend or whoever was driving your friend's car drove away. Okay.
And so while they're at the apartment, Detective Potter was there and speaking to my friend. And instead of interrogating her about the hit and run, she was interrogating her about her boyfriend, who is black. So I don't, and he was not even part of there. He was not part of the situation. He was just, I think he was doing a job. He was at his work or something.
Oh, what type of questions was she allegedly asking about her boyfriend?
Oh, I guess there wasn't more questions about the boyfriend. It was more, it was more interrogating for of why would you be with a guy like that? He's a bad influence for you.
Oh, I get it. Okay. And your friend is black or what race?
She is mixed. She's Native American, black, she's white, but she's very light skinned, and she has kind of a blondish hair as she dyed it. So she looks white.
Okay. And she related to you that Officer Potter asked her or told her that she shouldn't be with her boyfriend because he was a bad influence?
Because
he was black?
Because he was black and because he was a bad influence. And that he would be a bad influence to her.
Okay. And this is what she told you. You were not there at the time.
I was not there, but this is what she told me. When she found out that it was Detective Potter about this case, she confronted me, and she's just like, "Hey, so I've had personal experience with this person."
When did she tell you this?
This would have been. When she told me this would have been about May this year.
Okay. And you're really close to this friend of
Yes.
yours? Okay. And I take it that you believed what your friend told you?
Yes.
And how do you feel about what she told you?
Well, I completely trust her. I don't think she would ever lie to me about this. So I felt very bothered by it because I know her boyfriend. We were friends and everything. So to hear that, it was just very bothersome.
Okay. I think you mentioned that Detective Potter said that the boyfriend was a bad influence. Did I hear you right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. What else did she say, if anything, about the boyfriend being a bad influence?
I think all she said is that it was probably of the line of the hit and run. So it was your fault. He's probably he's a bad influence on you. This is what happened now.
Okay. Was he driving the car at the time?
He was not there at all.
Okay. All right. Of course, I need to ask you this. Given what your friend told you, are you going to be able to set that aside, what your friend told you, and listen to the evidence in this case and base your decision on whether or not the state has proven the charges beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the evidence? Or
So I feel like I've had.
Hey, Tom, if you're on, this is Skip at TCO.
Brand spanking new. Jesse, I have to show you the new card that I got.
Which LSU player is
It's not. It actually should be blasphemous. Yeah. But I got a great deal on it, and he's playing well. So.
Hard to hear.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for filling out the questionnaire and being so honest here. So, you're excused from this jury?
Thank you.
All right. Have a good evening. Okay, 1 second. Okay. The juror was excused for cause. There was no objection by the state or the defense. And I think the reason for her being struck for cause are obvious. She said that she couldn't be fair and impartial. Okay, Deputy, I think we're ready for the next. It's 52, I believe, right?
55.
Oh, 55. Oh, 52? It's not 52? That was 52. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm just getting kind of tired here. Hello, Mr. 55. How are you? Yes, please. And would you please remove your mask? Okay. I want to thank you twice. Thank you for filling out this lengthy questionnaire, and thank you for waiting. So, I know you've been sitting back there a long time, and it's always not best, being last is not the best thing. Okay. So it looks like you really, let me go back.
Sure.
Do you know anything about this case from what you've heard or seen in the media?
I remember when it happened, but I didn't do like a ton of research or anything on it. I was just busy. So.
Okay. So you don't have any opinions one way or the other, or general impressions of Defendant Potter or Daunte Wright. Am I right?
You're correct.
Okay. You related that your wife and daughter were victims of an attempted carjacking in South Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen?
Right at the beginning of COVID, so March or April of 2020.
Okay. And were the police called?
Yes.
And were the culprits found?
No. Not that we know of, anyways.
Okay. And were you satisfied with how the police responded?
So I wasn't there for that response. I showed up after. I had COVID at the time, so
okay.
I couldn't be part of that. I ended up showing up right afterwards. My wife and I don't live together. We're in different houses, so I showed up after they had dealt with the police. So I don't know how that process went.
Okay. Were either of them hurt?
Yes.
Okay. Physical injuries?
Yes.
And were they serious physical injuries?
My wife was pistol whipped, so I consider that serious.
Okay. How many people were involved?
4.
And can I ask? Do you know
4,
what?
Sorry.
Do you know how old they were, or what their
Young
race
men.
was?
20s.
Do you know what their race was?
They were, I believe, either Hispanic or African American.
Okay.
They were lighter brown skinned, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
They're either African American or Hispanic.
Okay.
Not 100% sure. That I'd have to ask my wife.
Will that incident affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
It won't affect it, no.
Okay. So you were in the Navy.
Yes.
Okay, and you've been shocked or stunned by a taser?
Yeah, it was super fun.
Oh, just for fun?
No, it was super fun, I said.
Okay.
No, it was part of Gate Force training.
All right. There is going to be testimony about tasers in this case. Will you rely on what the evidence is in this case in forming any opinions on tasers rather than what you learned while being in the Navy?
Absolutely. The technology has changed so much. It's 20 years ago.
All right, great. You stated that you're a former wilderness first responder certified. Can you tell me what that is?
Boy Scouts.
Oh, you were a Boy Scout.
I was a scout leader.
Okay.
So that was a certification for backcountry backpacking.
All right. Are you still
No.
doing that?
No.
Okay.
That was done 7-8 years ago. So
That must have been an interesting experience with a
was a good
bunch of kids out in the wilderness, huh?
Yep.
Now, you were accused of a very minor driving misdemeanor of driving after suspension. Do you have any complaints about how the justice system treated you on that?
No.
Okay. And do you have any complaints about how the police reacted to that?
No.
Okay. Okay, you were a volunteer of the year in 2007 for the Minneapolis Park System. What were your duties when you were?
My wife and I started the flag football program for Minneapolis Park System.
The what program?
The flag football program.
Oh, okay.
So instead of putting kids in tackle equipment when they're in 3rd grade, we felt it was smarter to have them learn the fundamentals. And
right. Sounds like you've been
brain injuries.
Yeah, it sounds like you volunteered a lot to work with kids.
It was fun.
All right, I need to ask you about this. Minnesota Armored Combat Medieval Steel Fighting. Can you tell me about that?
I put on steel armor and pick up steel weapons and hit my friends with them.
Okay.
So it's a very fun time.
All right.
It's my Monday night football, so it's great. So.
Okay, when you responded 2 months ago, you were asked whether you wanted to serve as a juror in this case, and you said you were not sure. Has your answer changed?
If I'm needed, I'll absolutely serve.
Okay.
So that's the way I'm looking at it.
All right.
So I have a little bit of anxiety about serving, because I've never done it before.
Okay.
But that's just me. So.
Well, you know, most of the people that we've had questions so far have never served on a jury. And I just want to tell you, and I'm telling you the truth honestly, I talk to jurors after they render a verdict, and every single one of them have told me they were glad they were able to serve as a juror, and that conferring with their fellow jurors in the deliberation room was really an enlightening experience, and that they all stepped away with a renewed respect for our justice system. So I just want you to know that it's something that you might want to look forward to. Okay. All right. So you are willing to serve if you're picked by the parties.
I am, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that hasn't been asked that you think we should know about your ability to be fair and impartial to both sides in this type of a case?
Not that I can think of, no.
All right, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Again, my name is Paul Lang. I'm one of the lawyers for Officer Potter, Earl Gray, Amanda Montgomery, and I have a right to ask you certain questions, and then my colleagues for the state ask you some questions, and then the process will be completed.
Sure.
Okay. Where do you go for the steel weapons? This thing you described.
For practice or for fighting?
Yeah, why don't you tell me, you're the first person we've heard about this, so
Sure.
tell me about this.
Sure.
We'll get to
So
the nuts and nuts of it.
we practice on Sundays for soft kit, every other Saturday in actual armor. Right now, a lot of our practices happen in my backyard because we don't have our own training facility, and we travel around the U.S. I have some guys that have fought internationally as well.
So you put on, help me understand it just for curiosity,
Sure.
I guess. You put on the steel armor.
Yep.
And what do you fight with then?
I fight with an axe or a mace and a shield.
And what do you try to hit each other with the axe, or what?
Yes, as hard as we can.
And then the steel stops it, of course.
Correct. The weapons are not sharp; they're blunted. So there are rules around what we do, legal strike zones, things like that. Like you can't hit the back of the knee, shouldn't strike the neck, things like that, because safety third. Little joke. But yeah, it's in the weight of the weapons. There's limits on that as well. So.
Was it kind of like wrestling? You get in kind of a ring and do. I won't
Yeah,
ask you
so
too much
we
more
get in a
about
big
this.
square, what we call a list, which is many yards wide and long, and we have teams, so it usually be like 5 versus 5, and it's the last person standing on a team that wins. And you do that over and over again and accumulate points, and then you find out who wins the whole competition.
Now, how did you get into this?
I like the Renaissance Fair, and I've worked out there for quite a while, and one of my coworkers was the captain for the team, and he's still on the team now. I'm the captain for the team. So,
were you one of the people that did the horses and
the what?
With the
no,
spears and the
I
horses?
don't. I do not joust. No.
Okay. All right.
I help sell medieval weapons out at Fest. So,
as a sidelight,
it's just fun. I do it for fun.
Well, tell us what you do. I saw that you were some kind of engineer, but I couldn't tell what that meant.
Yeah, I'm a field systems engineer for a cybersecurity company. So it means I'm on the technical side of the sales process for selling things like firewalls and secure mail gateways, things like that.
And to make sure no one gets data that is jeopardized. Is that kind of what you're doing?
The idea is to keep my customers from getting hacked.
And how long have you been doing that?
1998. That's when I started.
Did you get in that? Your work, and then I think you were in the Navy. Am I right about that?
I was, yes.
Did that kind of get you started in the area?
No, not at all. Navy was a completely different set of skills.
What did you do in the Navy?
So I was machinist mate 3rd class.
Which means for us?
Glorified plumber.
Okay.
So high pressure steam systems, things like that, and then I did gate security and that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Master at arms work. So.
All right. Well, let me get to this case then.
Sure.
You indicated that you didn't have any impressions of Officer Potter. Excuse me. That your feelings were neutral.
Correct.
Are you still there at the neutrality zone?
Yeah, I have done no research on it at all. So.
And since you got this questionnaire, you didn't you didn't do any
nope.
searching intentionally. Nope. So I assume.
Potentially, yeah. I take the duty seriously. So.
And same thing for Mr. Wright, neutral.
Correct.
And you'll call it as you see it here.
Mm-hmm.
And be fair to both sides.
Correct.
You can presume her innocent.
Correct.
And make sure the state adheres to its burden.
Yep.
And if they don't, you'll call it as you see it.
Correct. Okay. Innocent until proven guilty, right?
Okay. Right. That's correct. Okay. But you do say in question 6 on page 4, the situation seemed complex and stressful, and you'll leave it to the courts.
Correct.
And how did you come to that conclusion that it seemed complex and stressful?
I saw that a very short video clip when it first happened, and it looked like a lot of things were happening all at once.
Okay. How many times did you see that video?
Once.
Then the next page, I'm just going to ask you a couple questions here,
Sure.
just to amplify your answers. The question was, just for your memory, do you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any demonstrations that have taken place in the Twin Cities in the last 2 years? Please explain. You say overall positive, putting critical eye on policy and procedure isn't a bad thing.
Correct.
Tell me more about that.
I think you always need to examine what your leaders and the people that enforce what your leaders are doing on a regular basis to have a good society. So having that critical eye on enforcement or government, et cetera, is a positive thing.
But you understand here you're not setting standards of conduct, you're just you're looking at the evidence and making a
Correct.
clinical decision. Okay. Then on the next page you say I've supported common sense reforms that benefit the community and law enforcement. Tell me what common sense reforms you have supported, if I may ask.
I think that responding to some situations with people trained in social work rather than police might be a smart thing for us to do. I'm not saying you need to get rid of the police force. I'm saying we need to augment what we have so that we can respond better to mental health situations and things like that.
Okay. And you understand here your decision is not what you would have done, but what happened, to evaluate what happened, of course.
Say that again?
Your job here, if you're picked, is not to decide what you would have done.
Correct.
But to figure out what happened.
Exactly.
And put together all the moving parts of this.
Yep.
Okay. Officer Potter's going to testify.
Mm-hmm.
Are you willing to wait in your evaluation of the evidence to hear what she has to say?
Yes.
And the other evidence that we will be presenting. So the state goes first, of course,
right.
But we have something to say about this, and we want to make sure you listen to us.
Yep.
No worries about that.
No.
I'm sorry about this carjacking, but I couldn't tell how long ago that was. If you told the judge, I apologize. How long ago was it?
It was March or April of 2020. It was right at the tail end of when I had COVID, so I don't. It's a little blurry at the time.
It was in South Minneapolis?
Yes.
Whereabouts was it, if you can tell me?
Morris Park neighborhood. So over by the VA hospital.
And your motorcycle was stolen too?
Yeah.
Are you a Harley guy?
Yep.
And then you filled out this one form on number 7. I have to ask you a couple of questions about this strongly agree, strongly disagree part. Do you remember this?
Vaguely. It was 2 months ago.
One of the questions was the criminal justice system is biased against black people, and you strongly agree.
I do. I think there's a systemic racism problem in the system. I don't think that necessarily affects this case, but
well, that's
I think
my
overall
question.
The system is the issue.
You got ahead of me. That's my question. I mean,
Sure.
we have Officer Potter is white.
Mm-hmm.
Daunte Wright is black. Is that going to? I mean, the fact that you think that there's some systemic racism problems, can you set that aside and listen to the evidence here?
Yep, that's what I'm here for.
Okay.
Or if I'm selected, would be here for.
Okay. Then another question, because law enforcement officers have such dangerous jobs, it's not right to second guess decisions they make while on duty, and you said that you strongly disagreed with that.
You should always question every decision people make.
Okay. Whether in law enforcement or anywhere.
Correct.
And that's
Just look at everything with a critical eye is kind of what that means.
And that's consistent with your background too, as
Yep.
an engineer, right?
Yep.
So on the gun question, you got 2 shotguns, 2 rifles, 2 handguns for starters?
It's 2 shotguns, 1 rifle, 2 handguns.
You're fully permitted, I assume, for all of these?
Permit's not required unless I'm carrying.
I'm sorry, the last?
I don't need a permit to own them, just
Okay.
to carry them.
Okay, got it. And you go target shooting, do you?
I have. I haven't gone shooting in probably 2 years.
And this, a couple more questions for you. This taser training that you took, were you actually shot?
Yeah, they tased us in the back.
And how long ago was that?
1989, 1990. It was a while. It was a long time ago.
And you indicate on the question about Blue Lives Matter that you're somewhat unfavorable. And you say, quotes, you can choose your vocation, you can't choose your skin color.
Correct.
And is that pretty self-explanatory?
I feel it is, yes.
And I'm curious about this wilderness responder certified. Was that in the Boundary Waters, or is that when you were in a different area of the country?
So that was for backcountry stuff for the Boy Scouts, right? It didn't matter where we were going. We had to have
for us. Whether at the end of the day you could be fair to her. And
I can
only
be,
you
yes.
know, and is it going to be yes or no for you?
Yes, I can be fair.
And you don't have any hesitation about that?
I do not.
You have just a moment?
Sure.
Well, thank you very much for talking to me. We pass this juror, Your Honor.
Mr. Frank?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Juror 55, I apologize for calling you by number, but that's
It's
just
fine.
the way the system's working. And you're a very conversational person. I've enjoyed this, the interactions with you. But the court reporter's fingers are probably on fire right now because you have this very natural way of talking before one person finishes the answer. So I don't want to come off as rude, but I know we have to be a little careful not to do that as much.
I apologize.
No, it's very natural. Part of being a lawyer is sometimes having to remind people that the uh-huh versus yes and that. So no problem at all. Just thought I might as well explain it up front so that if it comes up, you'll know why I raise it again. Okay. All of that business out of the way. Coming third also means that Mr. Ng got to ask some of the questions that I wanted to ask. You said that you get put this armor on and you hit your friends with weapons. And just the way you said it made me, of course, want to say, with their consent.
Yes.
But obviously, the way you've explained it, that does include their that does include their consent. And I assume you have warned your neighbors about what's going on in your backyard before practice.
My neighbors love it.
Yeah, do they? Pull up a chair and a beer. And
They do.
no admission being charged.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you for. Maybe it's something you really enjoy talking about. It's kind of nice to learn things like this. It's some of the best part of jury selection like this is to learn about people and their interests and how that how they live their lives. In the Navy, some time ago, 89, 90, apparently, you obviously carried a duty weapon, I assume.
Yes.
And is that where you learned really the first time about guns and handling guns?
No.
Okay. Where had you learned about that before?
My grandfather.
Okay. So hunting, I assume?
Gophers, I think it was. So in the horse field.
Yeah. So it's really kind of been a lifelong thing for you to have guns around and be familiar with guns.
Yeah, I didn't own them growing up. It was all my grandpa's stuff, but I didn't actually own my first firearm until I moved to Minnesota.
Okay. That was post-Navy then?
That was post-Navy, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's terrible to start a question with, but you, in the Navy, you did some gate duty, I think you called it?
Gate force, so gate security.
And
so you're familiar with the term trail patrol or master at arms?
Nope.
That was okay. So just security force. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah. So kind of like standing guard at the gate.
Yeah, letting people on and off base, patrolling base.
Yeah. So not really an MP.
No, they don't. There's no MPs in the Navy. It's trail patrol, master at arms.
Yeah. So not trained as an investigating officer.
No investigations at all.
Okay.
No.
You know, it sounded like, your wife and your daughter went through a very traumatic event.
Correct.
And it would be very difficult for, a husband and father. And if you've been asked this already, I'm sorry, but it sounds like you wouldn't have any difficulty separating that incident from what you would hear as the evidence about this incident in the courtroom.
Correct. They're totally not related. So.
And obviously, maybe it's not obvious, that there's a young male black victim in this case.
Mm-hmm.
And is that yes?
Yes.
And the suspects might have been, similar demographic for your wife and your daughter's incident. Any difficulty, just separating those two things out, deciding this case based on the evidence here?
No difficulty.
The taser incident, did you volunteer for that once?
Yes.
And that question assumed something I don't know. Did you volunteer for that?
Yes, I volunteered for that. Never again.
Yeah. You learned from that one?
Yes.
And so was it the kind of taser that you would think it was a stun gun, or did it actually shoot barbs out?
It was more of a stun gun, so they had to put the contact to the back. Okay. It did not shoot the barbs.
And obviously this case, to some extent, involves a taser. Any difficulty for you setting aside your personal experience, and just deciding the case on what you hear here in the courtroom?
Yeah, I can set that aside, yes.
Okay. Obviously, things are much different 30 years later or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. You only watched the video one time?
Yep.
And that was on the news?
I think it was WCCO, but I don't remember exactly what was on.
And you said there's a lot happening there. And,
yep.
Obviously, this trial is about what is happening there. And,
correct.
It's going to be presented to you in a much different format. And so you have to answer.
Yes.
And yeah, see what I mean?
I understand.
And So you had that initial impression based on that brief look at the video. You know now if you're selected as a juror, you got to simply completely put that out of your mind.
Yes,
And you can do that.
I can do that.
If you could just give me a moment, please. Excuse
Sure.
me. Judge may have a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you. And Your Honor, we would pass the jury for cause.
All right. You will be on this jury.
I will be.
You will be on this jury. To start December 8th, but we may start earlier.
Okay.
You will receive a call from the jury office telling you when we're going to start, order report, and what time.
All right.
Okay. Okay, thank you for waiting all day, and have a wonderful evening.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's all group together and what?
We have one more juror, Judge.
We have one more juror.
You're out of time.
Yeah. How many do we have right now, Zach?
Seated?
Yes.
12.
12. So we need 2 more. Okay. So we'll start with 57 tomorrow, unless you guys want to keep on going. I mean, Mr. Ng is going like this. Okay, who votes to stop for the day? Oh, okay. You only get 1 vote, Mr. Gray. Okay. I think we should stop for the day and bring in the next juror tomorrow morning. We should finish up. We've got plenty of time. Okay, could I briefly see the lawyers in chambers?
All right, and there you have it. Tim Blocks here in the Fox 9 newsroom, wrapping up today's, the proceedings in court up on the 18th floor of the Hennepin County Government Center in the trial of the state of Minnesota versus Kim Potter, all for the death of Daunte Wright in the traffic stop from back in April. The headline here today is we now have a jury. At least 12 jurors are now seated. However, this is a big however, though, because we still need 2 alternates, and they will start with questioning more jurors coming up, potential jurors coming up tomorrow morning at the courthouse. But here's what we know so far today. We have seated 2 jurors. Juror number 40, who is a man who once served in 48, I should say. Juror number 48 is a woman who served as a former IT project manager who has 2 children, ages 6 and 5. And earlier in the day, we seated juror 40, I should say, who is a man who once served in the Police Explorers program, worked in IT security. And then we just had the most recent juror who is just seated as well. So here's what we have so far. We've got a jury now of 6 women, at least 1 of whom is black and 1 is Asian. And we have 6 men, all of whom are white, we believe. And the rundown is this. Juror number 2, who is a man in his 50s. Juror number 6, a woman in her 60s. Juror number 7, a white man in his 20s. Juror number 11 is an Asian woman in her 40s. And then selected on Wednesday, juror number 17, a white woman in her 20s. Juror number 19, who is a black woman in her 30s. Juror number 21, a white man in his 40s. Juror number 22, a white man in his 60s. Juror number 26, an Asian woman in her 20s. Now, Paul Bloom, our colleague, has been in the courtroom all day long as one of the designated media reporters. He did have a chance to speak briefly with Daunte Wright's parents this morning as the procedures were getting underway. His mom, Katie, was in the courtroom along with Daunte's father, Aubrey, and they did confirm that Daunte's two sisters were also in the jury selection this morning in court watching. Katie did talk briefly to Paul at one point this morning and said for the record that, quote, jury selection is going great. And again, this according to our reporter Paul Bloom. The defense used another couple of strikes this afternoon, striking a woman, juror number 46, who was a first-year law student who had strong opinions about police and justice reform. And they also struck number 51, a woman who had a degree in criminal justice. So they are all out of their strikes now, as is the defense and the prosecution. The afternoon started by the stream going dark for a little while. As you may recall, if you were here earlier this afternoon, the judge brought back into the courtroom juror number 7, who had concerns about his identity being revealed. Defense attorney Earl Gray started off questioning him on Tuesday by calling him by his last name, and then later in the questioning revealed the band that this particular gentleman played for as well. In court this afternoon, he told the judge that his phone immediately started blowing up after he walked out of court yesterday, saying that he was getting phone calls after he was selected and said, "I was just freaked out by all of this." And Judge Chu was very empathetic of his concerns. He did say that, quote, "I would be willing to be a juror, and that hasn't changed." And Earl Gray later stood up and said, "I am the culprit who started this whole thing." He apologized for mentioning this individual's name. And he said, "I hope that juror number 7 wouldn't hold it against him." And juror 7 said that he would not. Several of the jurors have expressed concern over the past couple of days about their names being revealed after the trial is over, and worried about their own personal safety and that of their families. That has been a major concern that has come up. Still 2 alternates to be selected again tomorrow. And undecided yet is when this trial may start. It has an official starting date of next Wednesday, December 8th, but because this jury selection process is going along so fast, Judge Chu has floated out the idea that maybe they start a day or 2 early to wrap up the trial early so it doesn't run into Christmas. That is still to be decided. Now, we will continue our live streaming coverage of the jury selection starting again tomorrow morning. We'll be here for you on fox9.com/live and also on our YouTube channel. I'll be joined by Paul Bloom again tomorrow to bring you the latest developments from the courtroom. In the meantime, we'll have all the updates from today's proceedings in court on our news starting on Fox 9 News at 5, and we'll bring you updates throughout our newscast later tonight. I'm Tim Blotz, Fox 9 News. We'll see you again tomorrow.